Four, three, two, one, go. Okay, hell yeah. Um, excellent. So, welcome everybody back to Ela. Um, uh, Night has fallen by now. Our party, after having met the Storm King earlier that day, after competing in these festival games and receiving their boons, some of them some gold, some information, a bow in one instance, and passage for five, free reign throughout the island of Strom. Returned back to the ship and engaged in what can only be called shenanigans. Is probably the best and only word to describe what took place on the ship that night. Truly a good time was had by all. Rooms were broken into. Large bears were touted in the middle of crowded lunch rooms. Some snooping was happening, some gossiping was happening, and a shipping table crafted by Nico himself was destroyed in order to prevent the misuse of its power. After that, our party went out onto the deck of the Reaper and witnessed a fireworks display put on by the city of Palestrom, commemorating the triumph of Aaron the Brave, the Dragon Slayer, over the tyranny of his father, surrogate father, Duke Kalen. Definitely Aaron did that, and no one else was involved, or at least, as far as the city of Palestrom is concerned, that is the story. We're gonna cut back in. If there's anything people wanted to do that night, we can cover that. But kind of night has fallen. It's been a full day. You guys were competing and like running around and like jumping from platform to platform and like fought in a tournament. So probably not a whole lot of bandwidth left. But if there's something, a conversation or two you guys want to have, like right before we go into the next day where you all depart for the Village of the Wind, we can do that. Is there anything for anyone? Uh, Absolutely. You knock on. Oh man, I forgot that I have the map now. I know where he is. 1 second. Let's go back. Okay. So you head over to Rel's room. You can actually just drag your. I don't have something for Rel. Um, but you knock on Rel's room, and you hear some very soft, light footsteps. When folks, especially Windseers, don't tend to make a lot of noise when they move because all their footsteps are usually cushioned by the wind. So you just hear a very light tapping as the door unlocks, and he looks at you and he says, "Captain, I was expecting you." He takes a deep breath. He says, I will need some assistance in crafting a disguise once more, as well. This will require me to actually venture out into the city, and if my intel is correct, there will be quite a commotion today as the execution is scheduled to begin at some point this morning. I am fearful of what might be taking place, but I understand that it is likely the thing that needs to happen. Okay, yeah. Roll that disguise get check. Woo!
No.
That's a nat 20. Rel's a whole new person. Who is he, though? Yeah, yeah. This is actually an incredibly wise choice, as you are able to, with that nat 20, match the tinge of the orc skin to the color of his tattoos, masking because he has that that eye tattoo on his forehead marking him as a Windseer. You're able to like make that look natural and have that be not noticeable at all with that freaking nat 20. Yeah, yeah, you really make it look good. And he goes, "Should I talk like this, perhaps, like more gravelly, more gravelly, Umrel, Umrel." Um, yes, go for it. I mean, certainly, Captain. Oh, thank God. I feel like I was awful at that. He thinks to himself and he says, "Well, I don't know that I've ever truly been wrong. Um, there's just certain things that I misinterpreted. For example, in my vision, I had seen who I thought was Valere walking through the woods and being attacked. This is when Lucerys went missing. Um, my vision was accurate. However, in that time, both Allosaurus and Valera wore their hair at approximately the same length, and I must have mistook one for the other. As far as I know, no. they they sort of come to me in bits and pieces. For example, if you want a true example, I foretold in the Storm King's court many years ago that there would be a group of five bearing boons to his court, and that he would receive them favorably and allow them to leave in peace. I did not know then, I couldn't have known then, that those five would have been the four of you and Andros. But it was. Certainly. He says, he looks up and he says, I knew that Miss Ruby would win the tournament. But I also knew that if I had said in advance that there wouldn't be a contest, she might not have gone all out. No, if it, no, I'm saying that she might not have used that spell if I had done something differently that would indicate that she wouldn't have had to try as hard, or that the future was already set. I foresaw her using that spell, and I also knew that that would be important for one reason or another. There's certain things about wind seeing that are very vague and mysterious even to me, although I myself am pretty new at it. Decently young for an elf. I'm only a century old. Um, yes, a baby basically. Um, and elves of the Village of the Wind live a very, very long time. Nazaire, for instance, the Storm King, is over 400 years old. He's closer to 500. That's a Storm King. That I have no idea. If there are any mechanisms to alter fate, I myself am not particularly aware of them. Trust me, Captain, neither do I. Well, we'll see. And he goes ahead and gets his stuff ready, really reveling in his new half orc attire. Are you just still gonna stick with Rel, or do you want to give him like a half orc sounding name? Okay, okay. Just lots of Raoul's in the city apparently visiting. Cool. So Rel is a half orc now named Raoul. Is there anything else anybody wants to do on the? Oh, Suma, do you send that sending?
I do, yes. And I don't. I think I remember what it is. Let me see.
Uh,
Yes. So I'm going to send to my sister. Um, following. How's the search for the funny man? I think I can help Miela, but I'd have to curse her. Feels like you would disapprove.
she shoots back. Uh, he knows we're getting close. In hiding, meaning less attacks. As for Miela, curse for a curse seems fair to me. Miss you, Azura. She's signing her sendings, even though I just feel like that's
Fair.
something she would do.
I feel like I would have done that. If I did. That was 24 words. I probably also did.
In
um,
case you need the text
two
of the
birds
letter,
with a feather.
I did have this reply prepared. Um,
Excellent. Yes, excellent. And then, so having done that, I probably would do that like right as I wake up, like from my bed. I'm just like, "Bah." And then I'm gonna um rustle around in Bella's nest until I find him.
got it.
Um, and hold up the amulet that I've created.
It's
Um, I'll take a piece of cloth and a one of the ribbons that I used in my hair the night that we were at the party, and I'll tie it up and give it to Bella as a
cute.
package, and say, "This is for Aaron, the boy we met. You get
Mhm.
it to him safely for me."
Of course. I remember he was kind of pretty, if a little, clumsy on his feet.
It was, wasn't he?
I was my
Well,
field
this is
sports,
incredibly important, and if you can, mm, subtlety is preferred. I'm not sure if anyone else should know about this.
You see Bella goes, got it. Puts the package, like kind of the ring, like in his mouth, and covers
Mhm.
his eyes, vanishes from existence. But you can
You got
sense
it.
him with your connection, and as he moves, flies through the streets of Palestrom, against the winding winds. Alok and Suma, could you roll your portent rolls
Mm.
now,
Mhm.
just so we can see what those are? 7, 14. Cool.
Okay.
Excellent. All right. With that in mind, is everybody ready to move out of the ship, or is there still things that people want to do? Yeah. Yeah, you turn over there's this little aquarium I put here next to your bed with these little lily pads. Ophelia looks a little bigger. Her skin looks a little more healthy. Even in this like green kind of brackish water, it's like the swamp water like is helping her. You feel a thought in your mind that's like being projected from her sleeping consciousness, and it is the word protect. You get the sense that Ophelia has understands what you did for her and wants to protect you. I want you to um, mark down on your character sheet that once per short rest, you have free cast of the spell Shield as a reaction. You see kind of like as like that little bit of like mucus that became feels basically kind of pops up in a force field around you, similar to the force field that was cast around the Reaper when the Wraith came to destroy it. This is kind of like a thing that now is like a part of Ophelia's gift to you. It's like a blessing by this kind of minor deity. Cool. Uh, yeah. Um, yeah, it's a little gross, right? It's a little gross. Um, yeah, yeah. Cool. All right, so everyone's ready to move out.
Yep.
Cool. As you all depart, at the bottom of the gangplank, you guys, who are you? You're so it's just you four plus Rel, right? And Andros. I see. Okay. Andros takes his has like a little bag he packed for himself, like his great axe and all his equipment. He marches down, grumbling as he does, as he is a little bit. He feels a little weird. You can tell he feels a little bit weird about going out to perhaps hunt down Aramis and Valaire, or at least he has some feelings about it. But he's like, "All right, Captain, I'm ready to go. Who's this half orc? Where'd he come from?" "Oh, well, nice to meet you." "Oh, really? Well, we should get drinks sometime." And you see Rel just like shies away because he remembers what happened last time he went drinking with Andros. Um, oh my God, you did such a good job. The last one wasn't great, but this one was is pretty good. Okay, you guys make it down to the gangplank, and you see that Sierra from the Shield is there waiting for you. She's kind of leaning against this post along the pier. She looks up with a smile, and she says, um, "Hello, everyone. How was your morning? Ready for your big journey?" Right. Well, it happens. I would just like to inform you, as your, I guess, unofficial liaison between the Shield outpost here on Palestrom, that at least in this city, in the Gallon Republic, your emblems have been restored. You are free to display them once again in the city. No one will come after you. Um, Due to the Storm King's influence and his words, the higher ups at this location have been convinced of your innocence, although to what extent that'll apply to other outposts in other areas of Ela, that remains to be seen. But for here, you are free to display them as much as you wish. However, another thing I want to tell you about is that Tracker recently got back to me with a small update as to her investigation into the false Gawain. Um, Apparently, although this has never been a feature of their collaboration before, Gawain, as one of the guild masters of the Shield outpost there, has moved to link the Shield more closely with the official government of Laki. He is personally counseling the Queen of Laki, Queen Ada the 27th. Uh, Apparently, he's become her direct advisor in matters of state, leveraging his quote unquote experience sailing the world and his knowledge of the goings on in Ela that, due to her age, Ada may not be privy to through the secretive nature of her centers. But that's sort of what's going on over there. In case you guys wanted an update, I feel like you might have wanted an update. Gawain, the false Gawain.
That
That's why
is
it's a
not
big
good.
deal. So that
Well, I mean, probably. I think so. I've met him. Yeah. You know what? I probably could. Not sure if I should, but I think I could. I love doing that. Yeah. You
But
tell
she's
me what to say and I'll be your yeah.
I think this sounds like a horrible idea. I am so down for it.
We sure will get
Uh,
something. Yeah.
well, I imagine quite a lot could happen, actually, quite a lot of bad. But
Hmm.
I'm not the one casting the spell, so
I mean, he can't, shoot me back in his reply. He can only, reply with words.
I
Although,
can't like
sometimes sticks and
ruin
stones
your
and all that.
But
brain.
what if it's a power word? Have you ever considered that? I'm just kidding.
Mm, that's fair.
I don't know
Um,
how strong he is. But, I mean,
well, if you all are on hand to kill me when he takes over my brain, I'll happily do that.
I also would rather not have to kill you.
I'd prefer
You can do
not,
it.
but it's an interesting thought anyway.
You do have Revivify now, and a diamond to
No,
use
that's
it.
definitely not how it works.
Um,
Because he's not like a mind flare. So.
Maybe like true resurrection, yeah.
you see
Oh boy.
Sierra leans in and goes,
Well,
this sounds like a personal thing you guys are doing. If it were up to me, perhaps it would be better not to inform the person you are investigating and who is perhaps working against you actively, that you know that they're doing that. But that's me.
well, I
Um,
imagine they already know that we're onto them because they directly impacted us. Like their first action was an attack against us. So I imagine they know that we know about their existence. I wouldn't message them regardless.
do whatever
Okay.
you want. Burn your third level spells. Go for it.
I have
Let's
one
Oh.
wait till we
left.
get. Let's wait till we have better rates.
It's 8 a.m. and I have one left.
Let's wait till we have free talk and text before
Oh, you
we
sent
do
sending in the
that.
morning?
Yeah,
Oh boy, that's good.
I sure did.
Well, there's monsters in every countryside, right? I mean, I don't, I doubt the shield would truly exist if they weren't such a problem. But I'm sure as long as you stick to the main road, nothing bad will happen.
Well, once you figure out what to say, you let me know.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you guys can mull it over as you make your way through the streets of Palestrom. You go up. Yeah, yeah. Cheers. Hmm. Yeah, it likely will be. Are you? You see, she reaches up to like scratch her horns because she's like very confused as to what's happening right now. And she goes, "Oh, I forgot. Didn't I? Did you roll an insight check a while back?" And I was like, "She definitely has a crush." Okay, okay, okay. She goes, "Um, do you normally? Is this?" She looks around at the rest of you and goes, "Does he normally do this?
This is very unusual for him.
Really?"
I don't know. He's usually sporadic, which means that weird is normal, right?
She looks at you, Suma, and goes, the last time we talked, you said something very strange about the captain. Do you remember what it was?
I don't know. What did I say?
Remember you came and you brought the information from the Duke to me personally? You were disguised as, I believe, a
Mhm.
comedian of some sort.
I do remember that, but I don't remember what I said. Please remind me.
Never mind. It was surely it was I was just imagining. Anyway, she looks over at you, Gallet, puzzled again.
Insight check.
I feel like I
Uh,
do actually have to remind myself what
I
Tywin
don't.
said.
I also don't remember.
Probably something about him being super strong or just something stupid.
Oh, I think you, as me, said like Gala is so strong and handsome, or like
Yeah.
I
dashing.
think it was
or
something like that. I think
plucky. I think was one of the words
yeah,
she
she was
used.
calling you plucky. You see, she nods to you, Galad, and she says, "Well, um, I am, I am duly impressed that all of you were able to acquire boons at the festival and manage to survive a meeting with Storm King. It is a great, um, honor, perhaps is the correct word. Experience is probably the better word for it. A pairing one for most people who meet him in person. I myself have not had the pleasure? Question mark? I don't know. She did what? She looks over to you, Ruby. John, how are you alive?
They're exaggerating. He told me to do this.
He did, to
Was it
be
not
fair.
poisoned?
Oh,
He did ask for it.
I had heard
Explicitly
that
asked for it.
I had
Not just in
heard
the way
he
he
had
dressed. He
strange
asked for it.
whims. You know, the Storm King often makes very strange requests of Shield members.
Has he made any interesting requests lately?
Not lately, but I know for a fact that there are several files in the Palestrom archives, and I believe in other archives across the Shield as well, that have been mostly scrubbed clean on his command.
Oh.
Doesn't it? Yeah, I've never been a fan of the guy. I mean, she looks around and Strickland's listening because I mean he's a great, really he has his moments. Um, he's there. Um, anyway, yes, very strange. But I should be going. Ronzo and I, we're going on a quest to, hunt down some owlbears. Standard fare. And she goes, I wish all of you the best luck in your travels. And again, sorry for trying to kill you that one time. My bad. Uh, I am truly grateful that it did not come to blows.
So are we?
Uh, and she takes off. Um, I will say that there are the gate that you guys need to leave through is in the middle ring. And that is where the execution is taking place, and that's going to be taking place in like a little bit. You guys can go through that area. There's a little bit more people, but you can watch what happens there, or you can like take like back streets and try to like kind of sneak out and like avoid that area entirely. It's up to you.
Uh, I don't necessarily want to see someone die, but it is Duke, the Duke, so I don't know. But I wasn't thinking about that, and now I really don't want to be near it. Because that sounds like a lot of pressure. Well,
Imagine absorbing that ghost.
I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. I don't. That's not really something I want to mess with. I don't. I'm more afraid that I have to talk to him. So, I don't think I ever talked to him, so I don't think he'd recognize me.
You have not, Alok. You've literally never spoken to him once.
I think I might have been the only one that. I don't know.
Uh, Technically, I don't think Gallet did. I mean, he met Ruby personally as Emerald. Suma, I believe, messaged him. used the
did.
message cantrip on him. Gallet, I don't think was ever truly found out. Yeah, the silent image.
Okay, that's true. Okay. Yeah,
Uh,
I don't think he'd recognize me. I don't want to talk to him. But
you mean Patrice?
what?
Yeah.
I was like, Simon's not dead.
Unless there's something I don't know.
Oh yeah,
my
he learned Fireball, but he cast it on himself.
Yeah.
Oh well.
You think Simon became a wizard? He actually became a wild magic sorcerer and just fireballed
Yeah.
himself on accident. It happens.
Unfortunate.
Tragic. He just got the one cantrip, okay? Let him live. Let him live his life. I would not kill him so soon. Cool. So, which way? Back streets or through the execution? Up to y'all. Yeah, you can do that.
I
Or
think we shouldn't be there, but I do think you should see it just in case anything notable happens. Yeah. But
or
it might not be the best for us to show up, and I don't
Suppose.
really want to see that.
okay, got it. So this is like a multi-cam situation where you can like ping between the different angles.
Beautiful.
Okay, they're all just like perched up on the same ledge or something. Excellent, cool. You guys take the back streets, Gallet and Suma being supported by Ruby and Alok, and probably Andros is probably carrying one of you guys. Um, as you guys peer through your familiars, because Bella is on route.
Well, oh, he's poop. Yeah, I guess he would be. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, I'll look through his eyes.
Although I can say that Bella could have delivered to him in the early morning, probably maybe when.
That was what I was thinking.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say probably Bella's already dropped off the amulet, but can still be sent there if you like.
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. So you guys peer through your familiars. Let me just. Cool. You guys go. It's the center of the middle ring. You guys had passed by here earlier on your shopping trip. You see that the platform bearing Duke Kalen has been raised, and he's like kind of goes up into the air, even more battered and bruised than before. He looks pretty bad. There's like scars of like lashings raked across his chest, and there's like a crowd on like two sides of this platform, of like where he's like hanging from his chains, his like limbs. And you see that there's a green carpet with like gold trimming laid out from kind of the execution platform, leading up to this like constructed lifted up kind of platform where the Storm King himself sits on the throne from his castle. Like he just like used the wind to like move it all the way down. And you see right next to him in a much smaller, much more humble chair is Aaron Galen. There's these torches of like green fire flickering in the dawn, and there's like commoners and middle and upper class people like all there present watching. You guys are making your way to the back streets. They're pretty empty for those of you that are not, witnessing this. A lot of people are either staying at home or they're at the execution. It's kind of a big deal. Anytime that the Storm King makes an appearance in public, it's kind of a big deal for everybody. So people are there to see what is essentially a religious figure. And you see the Storm King stands and he says, "Citizens of Palestrom, the man before you stands accused of crimes against the wind, the crown, and the fine city wherein we all reside. a man whose folly, whose compulsion, whose sickness led him to cruel acts that disgrace and dishonor us all. If Galen is to remain a force against the storm, if we are to survive the reckoning that is still to come, we must be united. We must maintain the dignity and the poise which Ventus above has granted us. We are those who have braved the gales to bring civilization to the wilds of these lands. The chosen few who had the mettle, the strength of character, and the purity to survive the winds that scuttled the ships of the lesser men. I offer this as a demonstration of what shall befall those who place themselves over their city. And you watch as Nazaire Ventus, the Storm King, steps forward to the Duke, lifts up his hand, and summons like truly the most powerful wind you've ever seen. Every torch in the area is snuffed out instantly. Like shingles off rooftops are like being ripped off. Bella and the pigeons are like being like struggling to like remain in the spots where there are. Your vision is being a little clouded, and the only sound that you can hear is Duke Kalen's tortured screaming. And this is what he screams. He says, Aramis! Aramis, I changed my mind! I changed my... And then silence as his body is ripped from his arms and legs, and he's pushed out towards a pair of soldiers who catch him, drop his body into a sack, and carry him off unceremoniously. And then the wind dies down. You see that the Storm King, glides back up to his throne. He goes to the platform where Aaron is there, and you see he lifts up this like bronze crown with these green runes inlaid into it, much less fancy than the crown he himself is wearing. And he kind of does this, and Aaron stands. Storm King lifts the crown over his head, and right before he sets it down, he says, "The Duke of Palestrom is dead." And he sets it down and says, "All kneel before the Duke of Palestrom." And the crowd all kneels. And you see that the Storm King is about to lean in and whisper something into Aaron's ear. He just leans in. You don't hear what he says because I'm assuming your pigeons are not like on the platform like with him.
Oh yeah, no, they wouldn't be able to. They would have died. They're pigeons.
Yeah. Whisper something in his ear, and you see Aaron's face kind of pales, and he nods. And then you see Aaron goes up, and he makes a speech, kind of like stuttering while he does it, like, citizens of Palestrom, I am honored before you. Like, and I gets up to the front of the podium, a limp still in his leg, from where the part of the chair had pierced through. And he says, as your new Duke, I look forward to serving you all with dignity and strength and poise. Our city has withstood a great tragedy due to the actions of the man who I will no longer refer to as my father. And he gazes off into the middle distance where like the blood of Duke Kalen is still splattered across the cobblestones. And he says, I promise that I will protect the city when the storm comes in conjunction with the Vox Ventus himself. As I slayed the dragon that lived beneath the mansion's basement, I promise now that I will slay whatever troubles may come the city's way. Thank you. And then the crowd kind of like rises and like applauds him. And it's a very somber applause. And as you guys slink back from your familiars into your bodies, you guys, move slowly through the winding streets, a somber wind blowing these green roof houses stretching up several stories with Palaean stone that was imported just for the small chance that they might withstand the winds of the storm as you finally make your way to the outer gate of the city.
Yeah, I think he's dead, guys. I don't think he survived that. He's probably nil.
Did we all see that?
Just
think
those
it
with
was-
familiars.
Okay, okay, gotcha.
I let them know what happened and the Hermes, I changed my mind. And also, hey Suma,
Hmm?
since you and him are sort of the thing, can you ask about that whisper at some point?
Maybe later.
All right. Don't want to push it
I
there.
do want to say he did take credit for the slaying of the dragon. It wasn't just rumors now, so he's officially on my shit list. But
That's definitely more of a political thing.
If you care that much,
Right.
just go tell people.
He can get off that list if he actually kills a dragon. I think that would be a fair
Sure.
trade.
I think
sure.
I don't think killing that dragon is a matter that people don't know that it was us. I think it's fine. In fact, I think we'd be in a very weird situation right now if people knew it was us.
Yeah, but at the same time, it'd be super cool, right?
Well,
Have you never
yeah,
see?
but I feel like it would be in a very awkward position with the government, and I don't know.
Well, I mean, like we got
like
pardoned
that.
basically.
Yes, for what?
Well, like we can move wherever we want. I bet we could have included that with the deal.
I feel like we wouldn't have gotten to the situation in which we get those boons because we'd be in jail, or maybe not in jail, but we'd be in some sort of just I don't know,
I
not
think
of government.
I think we would have
I don't
been
know.
fine. I mean, we had the
I mean-
Storm Lord with us, which is Ruby, and well, I'm sorry, Storm Lady.
I think that's more reason we'd be in trouble.
As you guys walk, Suma, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and you see Rel as a half orc. Maybe for a second you're like taken aback because
You're getting mugged.
Um,
I kind of look around and oh, it's you, right.
I could sense the heaviness of your thoughts. Are you all right, Suma?
I will be. It's a lot. Against my better judgment, I cared for him, and it hurts to see him being coerced by that man.
You see Rel nods and he goes, I know well the feeling of being coerced by that man. He is a frightening
I'm
man.
sure you do.
Um,
Well, maybe I should mention this to the rest of you. I made Aaron a little SOS gift. It's an amulet that he can wear, and if he taps it in a certain way, it will let me know that he is in trouble. I guess it probably doesn't matter to the rest of you, but it was just so that if the Storm King tried anything, perhaps I could message Syrah, ask her to help. I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, so he has that.
That's
I mean, I'm always ready to help out if need be.
is the Storm King actually gonna do something? I think I might have
don't-
a
I don't
whole
know.
no idea what's going on.
either of you can make an insight check as to when you watched that interaction happen. To see
Ooh,
if you can
yeah.
get like a bead on like what that might have been.
I'm sure he has them under lock. I think he's got.
I think he
he's got
was.
them
I
for
think he was hitting on him.
Definitely a pretty like traumatic thing to watch somebody be like ripped from their their
Aw.
limbs ripped from their torso. The Storm King was definitely very purposeful in what he said, and Aaron was definitely frightened by what he said. It didn't
Surely
look
you guys know.
Oh yeah, it was get wrecked, scrub.
Okay. I mean, you guys are. You
Something like that.
both of you had your eyes on it. I'm sure
Oh,
at least
yeah.
one of you was able to pick
We
up
can
on.
read lips, right,
the-
Zuma? Like, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
You guys understand like what he was thinking, what was going on, right?
Oh yeah, no, it was definitely body to body contact,
Okay,
and he was
that's
like
physical.
rubbing his back, and
I'm talking more emotional.
yeah, and he was
All right,
just
let's move on.
yeah.
Clearly, you don't know.
Sorry, I couldn't think of a fun story.
Also, Chino,
Uh,
sorry for cutting you off. I talked before I
No,
heard
you're
you.
good. You're good. You're good. Cool. You guys go ahead and you make it up to. I don't transition me to this map. You guys make it up to the front gates, and you guys are immediately stopped by the guards, and you see Rel immediately kind of bows his head. Um, he's a half orc, but he's still a little bit wary. And you see the guard say, "Halt! There is no leaving the city. Storm King's orders."
Storm King's orders were allowed to leave the city.
Do we have a
Oh,
pass?
oh, are you? You see, he consults like a little scroll. And he says, "Yes. Right. He did. There was a missive saying that there would be 5 adventurers allowed to leave the city, but there are 6 of you."
Oh, did it not have the +1 in there? He said there'd be a +1. You
Make
think?
it.
Yeah.
Make a deception check.
Yeah, you think that we'd really not go for a +1? You're crazy. I mean, it's just a +1's weird to write.
Jesus. Okay. He says, oh, well, I suppose it might be possible that but the Storm King usually does not. Although I guess it
Is
didn't
that
come
in
directly
cursive?
from him.
Is that if that's in
uh,
cursive, that might be like where the issue is. Because some people write cursive really weird.
I see. Well, it wasn't given directly by the Storm King. It was passed on by a messenger. It was passed on by a
Oh,
messenger.
there you go.
I'm sure if you all are esteemed guests of the Storm King, of course,
But
I
of
would not want
course.
to trouble your departure at all in any way. Well, we do only have 5 horses prepared, however.
Oh,
So
that's
one
fine.
of you may have to walk, or 2 of you may have to ride together. I'm assuming that one will probably have to ride by himself, and he kind of like looks up at Andros, kind of fear, because Andros is a very fucking buff ass Minotaur, and people very rarely see Minotaurs, especially in Galen. And he goes, does it speak?
Oh, hold. His name is Andros. Come on, man.
Oh, you named him. And you see
You can
Andros,
Wow.
speak
and
directly to him if you want to be polite
This
about
dude's
it.
legitimately a scholar, and it's
Andros goes, don't worry, it's fine. I'm used to it. Spits on the ground as you guys kind of move past this guard, who I kind of as Andros passes him by starts shaking because he like starts to see the size differential between them. Andros is very big. And you guys go ahead. I'm gonna say so. Two people have to like ride together. If anybody wants to figure out what that's gonna be, Andros is probably gonna have to take one by his lonesome. But I think Rel would have to ride with somebody.
I can ride with Rel. That's fine.
Cool. All right.
that poor horse that has to hold him, though.
Honestly, yeah. Actually, horses are extremely fucking like.
I don't know, but yeah,
Strong.
but like it's weird things where like you don't think about it, but like weight classes must change for minotaurs too. Like they got to be like 400 to 800, right?
They gotta be. They
They
gotta be
gotta be
super
big.
heavy. They're gigantic. And it's just a bull riding a horse. It happens.
Yeah.
Cool. You guys go ahead. You get on your horses, and you begin to ride. Um, the countryside of Gallon. You guys go on into this paved road. It's a pretty easy ride. The wind whipping past you. On the road to Nazari. This is gonna be an A, by the way. I misspelled that. Or well, I hadn't decided on what the Storm King's name, if it was gonna be an NE or an NA at the time that I made this map. You guys are going along there. I will say that going by the map that you guys have been given by the Storm King, it's about a day to Nazari, and then a day from Nazari to the Village of the Wind. Or you can, go faster. I guess you don't have to stop there at all if you don't want to. but that is kind of like where the stopping point would be. Um,
Can you?
as
Sorry, real quickly. Can you give me a blank character access to that? And
just
then
give you a random character.
yeah,
Sure.
thank you.
Alok's gonna die, guys.
No,
Yapiku Fertile is now yours. I don't understand. The
Beautiful.
default names are kind of wacky.
You better
you're
not change it.
bizarre. Thank you.
Uh, I'm curious as to what that's for, but
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I gotta know. I'll ask you later though. Cool. You guys
you'll
are
see.
on the way, and as you guys go, um, you kind of get into this one patch of kind of the road where, at first, leading out from Palestrom, there were some trees at the beginning, and then kind of a long, open plain with this tall grass and these tall, yellow flowers that kind of peek out over the grass, kind of swaying with the breeze. And eventually, you come again to like another. The road kind of passes through another like small clustered forest, and Suma, you feel Rel tap you on the shoulder. And he says,
Yes,
"Can we stop the horses?"
of course. Everyone, you pull over.
All right.
Yeah, you guys heed those words?
Alrighty.
Yes.
Okay.
I need access to edit it. You just put it in my journal.
Oh, you can't edit if it's in your journal?
No, I rolled. Sorry.
Can be controlled and edited by...
But yes, A-Lock stops.
Cool. You guys all stop by the wayside. You see Rel uses the wind to like kind of get himself up off of the horse and onto the kind of like the road, and you can feel his fingers trembling. See his fingers trembling, and he says, "I sense a great danger further along this road. I can sense it. Party time.
Party
okay.
time!
Beautiful.
Yeah. That's where y'all are at. He says, I sense a great danger further along this road. If we keep going in this direction, we will almost certainly run into it. This is, however, the fastest road to Nazare that I'm aware of. There is another road, but it will be much more difficult for our horses to travel through, and perhaps might add a bit more time to our travels than previously anticipated. I understand that you're all extremely capable fighters, able to take on whatever these woods may be able to throw at you, but I wanted to warn you just in case."
Give me 1
Wait, so
second.
sorry, one safer, but
But
takes longer. Okay,
One is for sure going to lead you into something dangerous.
I'm always down for the more. Or no, A-Lock would probably be safe.
Give me a second, and I'm gonna check in on Fields, who should probably be at the Village of the Wind or somewhere near it by now.
Yeah, definitely. She's like definitely trying to look for it. She knows vaguely where it is. You kind of like you check in with her, and you see in the Village of the Wind, you see these large, tall, blue trees with these like stretching arms and branches forming a thick kind of blue streaked canopy that kind of blots out the sun, except in small places where the sunlight can peek through. And you can see that the Village of the Wind is built into the trees. There's like the paths that were like these people, the Windcloaks, migrate through when they move from site to site, are like paths that are built into like the branches of the trees, about like 30 to 40 feet in the air. And you see fields passing through one of the abandoned sites, and you see like tiny little huts and cottages like built into the trees. Sometimes they're carved into these very large trees. Sometimes they're just kind of like stretched out over several branches with these supports of like ropes and like bridges and ladders and stuff. You see Fields is going through, and Fields kind of communicates to you that like judging by like kind of like the stuff that I've been seeing, I think this is the place that they most recently kind of passed through. I should be at where their actual location is in like maybe a couple of hours.
All right, sick. keep me noted. And also, on your way there, did you see any dangers per se, like monsters or anything on the ground? I know the winds
No.
were tough. Okay.
No, I didn't see anything. It was really nice and peaceful. I mean, really windy though.
Yeah, really windy. All right, thank you. And then I come back. I mean, it's. Well, I mean, I'd prefer to go a bit on the faster route myself, but I mean, this is everyone's decision. We can also do. I can send out my familiars again, and do some scouting to see if it's worth the attempt.
Yes, I was gonna say I can do the same as well. Perhaps the familiars can all fan out, and we can see if there's any trace of what it might be.
Sure, you guys do that.
Yeah, I use my my last spell, and I'll summon more. And this time they're all the imps.
Excellent. You send a couple of imps out. I guess
They're all
make-
invisible.
Make 3 perception checks.
All right.
Pretty
Shall I
fair.
make one for Bella as well if I send him
Yes,
out?
absolutely.
Perception, you said?
All right. Let's see what an imp has.
Mine is 3. I'm not sure what Bella's is.
Oh yeah, they are not skilled in perception.
Bella would have a +4 to perception.
Pretty sure it uses the familiars.
1,
He
2,
doesn't know anything.
3.
I'm gonna say 2 of those imps kind of go around. So I would say all of these familiars go up the main road, and they see what anybody would see if they kept following the road. They see 2 overturned carts, as if like merchant carts that were like ransacked, attacked on the side of the road, ransacked, and several like barrels of liquor, as if that's what they were transporting, kind of like broken out on the road. But the one imp that got a 20.
That's Tom. That's Tommy.
Okay, Tom definitely is able to see that there are some drag marks leading into a section of the forest where a body was dragged out, and also very large shoe prints, or sorry, footprints.
Yeah, I'm gonna immediately start sending them that way to investigate.
Sure. Just kind of like along that way, like to follow the prints, kind of.
Yeah. They'll fan out slightly, but they're going to be going down that general area.
Yeah. There's like broken trees, kind of like splintered trees here and there, but the footprints, as long as once they got there, they seem kind of circular, as if whatever this thing is staying around this patch of road on purpose. But they do not see what it is.
Well, we have horses, so we may be able to outrun anything dangerous, unless there's a trap. But wildlife, I bet.
So, what did you mention about a circle? Like it
Is there like
drew a circle around the path?
A circle? Yeah, kind of like as if this person is like kind of like just going around this area.
the person?
There's an
that-
actual circle.
No, there's not an actual circle. Just like where the footprints are, and it's like a foot of like a humanoid,
Gotcha.
kind of being,
Yeah.
but just like something that would be like a large humanoid type being.
Bigfoot.
Like a Bigfoot type thing.
But we can't find any. If we like fan them out a little bit and do a small search, we won't find them.
Pretty big forest.
Oh, okay. So it's a big circle. Pretty big circle.
It's a decent perimeter around this area.
Okay.
We're just gonna be fighting a very blurry picture of a humanoid creature.
Yeah, you
Wow.
actually can't perceive them, except through a camera.
Oh, that's. He
It'll be
might
like
just
5 pixels.
He might just be gone. I mean, it seems like they might be a larger than average individual. How big is the footprint?
You would estimate that this thing is a large size creature.
No, that's not that big.
I mean, it's not an orc. I think I know what it is, but I don't want to say it.
Like
'cause I don't know.
Maxia big.
Can I have
It's
Alok
just
roll a
Maxia.
history?
It's just Maxia. I transported her into
Running
this.
away.
Can I try a history check to see if I know what this might be? Because I think I know what it is, but
Go for it. I
Wait,
will say it's probably not what you think it is.
oh, well, I rolled bad anyways.
Probably Bigfoot.
Guys, I think I really do not want to find Bigfoot.
Oh, Bigfoot doesn't exist.
You
Oh,
don't
well, I guess
have
we're
to.
fine.
I mean, I'll be upfront with you. This is a combat that you can sidestep
What?
however
It's
you
not
want.
a combat.
It's not an NPC that we
It's
trade with. It's not a.
clear.
It's not a
Some
merchant.
Diplomacy mission.
Like,
No?
like Cheeto's just saying that to psych us out. Like, there's so many factors going into this. I don't think he actually knows.
I'm sure he has wares that we could buy.
Yeah.
This is my way of saying, hey, if you feel like there's not enough combat in this campaign, you can opt into it or you can not opt into it.
Okay, guys.
Guys.
As the lead investigator here, it seems like right now he's not really here, and it seems like we'll probably be safe if we just make fast on foot through. So I think we can do it. The only question is, should we like take a small like a 1 hour break for me to get my spells back? Or like we can just go too. We can just go.
Okay,
too.
well, so
Well, here's
going
the
down
thing.
that path would be to save time,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that would be
Exactly.
wasting time.
Well, yeah, but
So
it's
we
a,
take a 1 hour break.
yeah, well, yeah, it's a 1 hour versus what potentially could be an extra day or two. So it would
Is
be
it that long?
I
How
would
much
say
longer?
the longer path would be like an extra half day.
that's pretty a lot. That's a lot.
That's 12 hours. I mean, traveling time would take 4 hours, but yeah.
Well, you don't travel for only 8 hours a day, do you?
I don't know. I thought that's what you
Sleep.
do.
I mean,
Yeah, that's 16 hours if we get 8 hours of sleep.
I think I don't travel in D&D is weird. I'm pretty sure it's just 8. Maybe not.
It's probably fair. I would say probably 10 is a good 3 hours on each end to kind of like eat and like do other
You
stuff.
know what? If it's that big of it, let's just go through. I don't need a break. I'm fine. I'm
What do
fine.
you use your spells for anyways? You just make some weird illusions or whatever.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll do that on the
Didn't
way
you
there.
just buy a sword or something?
Oh yeah, no, I got this little dagger against a large
Ah,
creature.
yes.
It's gonna
It'll
really,
Hey.
it's gonna get him. It's gonna
Nice.
get him.
Like what,
Also
minus
the
a
bell.
D6 to a saving throw or something?
Yes, which will
That'll
really
be
help.
really good with your illusion spell.
Oh yeah, I'll stab him and then I'll trick him somehow. That'll get him.
I will also say this is perhaps a very easily sidesteppable
Yeah, we'll just go through it.
combat.
Yeah, let's just go.
Okay, well, as a player, I'm very interested because he said that I probably don't know what it is.
You definitely don't
Why-
know what it is. There's no chance.
Alok doesn't want to, but he follows his captain.
We'll
Excellent.
probably be fine. Alok, what are the chances that this creature will show up right
Well-
now when he's not here, when he's not visible anywhere nearby? And you know,
That's
it's
a
just,
really good point.
it seems like a
I'm
really
sure.
small chance. Like it would sort of be like unlucky of us, really.
I'm sure we can get through this without the encounter, and
Yeah.
maybe we can keep running with our horses.
Yeah,
But would that? What if it's smart? What if it like sets up traps and one of our
It's
horses dies? Like that'll set us back a lot. What if it kills our horses? We don't know her.
Ruby just runs into the clearing to avoid
well,
this
like
conversation.
we also have to like we have to keep in mind.
Oh, Ruby's
it's,
just going.
it's-
He
it's-
has to
Oh.
catch up.
I think we're going.
It's probably not as we're galloping. It's probably not faster
don't
than
know.
a horse. Horses are so quick, dude. You don't even
I don't know.
know.
Why is Ruby moving her arms while she's on the horse? That's weird.
That's-
Does it make the horse go faster? I'll try it actually. Oh, the horse is going faster.
This is crazy. It's like a crank.
Oh boy.
I'll
It's like
send
a
my
pulley system to make their legs go.
I'll send my imps to sort of be above us, keeping an eye out.
Okay, above you, keeping an eye out. you guys, I guess I'm gonna transition you over to this clearing. What do you think? What would you say your marching order is?
I imagine I'm in the middle. Like, I assume, like, we're somewhat... How big is the road?
The road is roughly like 10.5 feet wide.
No, that's like...
So it's
two,
accommodating for like a
three.
cart, like a wagon to travel on.
Yeah,
It's
10
like
feet
10.5.
means one horse. So we would have to be single file.
Oh.
Because
Okay.
horses are
Yeah,
large.
probably.
Yeah.
I'm the captain. I'll be in the front. I think we're not going to be dealing with this. I think Chino was like psyching us
Sure.
out.
It's definitely what I would.
Gallet, who is Chino?
That sounds like something I
Huh?
would do.
Oh,
Who is that?
they're an ancient god, far forgotten.
And he's
Hello?
psyching you out.
Yeah,
Do you
he's
hear
like-
voices too?
I actually
okay.
do, but for this joke, it doesn't apply.
Oh,
I'm gonna say
joke.
Gallet in the lead, then Andros, then who? I'd probably Suma in the back because you're riding with Rel.
Yeah, we'll
Or
caboose.
maybe in the middle to protect Rel. I'm not
maybe
sure.
can we caboose and then Andros be behind us?
Isn't
Oh,
Suma
yes.
kind of a melee?
But Rel is a non-combatant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And I'm
You don't-
squishy.
Well, Vrel isn't, but what about Raoul?
Raul is a green non-combatant.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Aurelius is also kind of green, just without clothing.
Okay. So
I'll be
and
middle.
I'll let Rel get in front and hold the reins so that if need be, I can just hop off and he can control the horse.
very smart. I will transition you guys over to. Actually, let me double check that I have this set up correctly.
Actually, very little
Yeah.
need to. We're just gonna be going through the area, Chino.
Okay.
Yeah,
We got the
fine.
big map.
So you are going along. This is kind of like the clearing that the imps had seen, and Bella had seen a little less clear because he rolled on that one. These as you guys pass through, like the hooves of your horses kind of like step in these puddles of liquor that have been spread around. And as you pass by, nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Wait, what's in the cart? I see like a scroll.
I mean, are you gonna stop to check it out? Because I'm pretty
They're
sure if
books?
you're riding the horse booking it, you're probably not gonna be able to like glean that.
Hey,
I
look,
mean, make
do
a
you want
perception check at disadvantage because you're moving so fast.
Okay. This is my specialty. Well,
On an 11, definitely books. There's no way you could read the titles though. There's books in there.
wait, everybody, wait, hold on.
What? We're going through. What?
Much
What?
fear.
No, hold on. Okay. Gallet, how sure are you that we're safe here?
The chances are super slim. that
Okay, there's
anyone
books here. I can't not take the books.
Really? You're that big of a book? Okay, guys, hold up.
When have you displayed any interest in books?
He writes in a book every night.
She has a journal.
Yeah.
Hey, I like to
It's
read. I read
different.
quite often.
All right. Well,
I read in my alone time, though.
It's because you haven't
Look.
snooped in his room yet.
That's true.
Oh, that's
Okay.
Yeah.
I know this is really stupid, guys. I'm really sorry. I normally don't do this stuff, but it's books.
yeah.
I-
No, that's fine.
I'm gonna quickly. I'll just take like 2, and we'll go.
Yeah. Well, if you find anything cool, I mean, since we've already stopped, take a quick look in there.
Yeah.
I
Uh,
thought-
I'll look
People
with you.
points.
Yeah.
yeah.
I thought
I'm
we were
gonna
trying to be
say.
fast.
Rel definitely looks at you, Suma, and he says, I need you to understand that I'm going to go. Ahead,
Oh,
will.
of course. Yep.
I feel deeply unsafe.
I trust your instincts.
Right.
This is pure foolishness, but you
I
should-
swear this will take
Yes.
no more than like 30 seconds.
Oh,
Okay?
well,
I'm coming with
While
you.
we're here, I can start my short rest.
Elk and Suma are
Okay.
right there. I'm gonna say,
Finally, someone who loves books as much as
Gallet, before we resolve this, Gallet, where do you go?
Yeah, I'm just on my horse trotting near them. Like, I'm relaxing on the horse. Like, I know my imps will warn me if anything is within a large radius. Like, there's no danger.
Ruby, where do you go? I would say Andros is
Um,
definitely like hanging around near Gallet.
Rel is fine by himself? Are we sure? we want
I
to
would
let
advise
him-
him maybe to stay close to Andros.
I'll
just in case.
send
yeah.
I'll send Tammy. I'll send Tammy to keep him company.
Rel is probably gonna hang around, but like immediately prepping the get the fuck out of here action because he senses danger and has for a while now. Not that he thinks you guys can take whatever is gonna pop out, but he also thinks that he might get injured in the process, or is afraid of that. Ruby, where are you?
I'm just standing next to this barrel, sighing, maybe trying to dip my fingers in the liquor. Buzz
Sure.
myself
You
out.
dip the fingers into liquor. It's whiskey. It's dwarven
I'm
whiskey.
just gonna hunch over and just drink.
This is a Palayan import, and it is actually the same exact kind that your father would drink after a long day's work in the mines. Not to relax, but to celebrate having mined for so long, because he was into that. Alok and Suma, go ahead and give me an investigation check, I guess, on these books.
This is so unfair. You have 2 nerds in the party. Of course we're gonna stop.
Some books and scrolls.
Andros, you're a scholar. Get in
Oh.
there.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Alok, you reach into. You see these books are, they are a bunch of signed biographies of Nazaire, of the Storm King.
That's worth so much money.
It's a waste of time.
They're signed by him personally. And then you find another book marked The History of the Village of the Wind there as well. Suma, you find a couple of scrolls. There are wanted posters. Among them is Aramis's wanted poster. And you see another wanted poster you see a half-elf woman. It says "Wanted Draga Hearth."
Does that name ring any bells?
She's a horrible pirate of the East. Have you not heard of her? What's her name?
Her name is Draga Hearth, and she's wanted to the tune of 5,000 gold pieces.
Oh.
Do you show that to anyone?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess maybe I'd go over to Rel and ask, do you know who this is?
He looks down and goes, I haven't the foggiest, actually.
Just curious.
Might be a new bounty. Something must have happened very recently. Oftentimes he looks around and he goes, if I say with that investigation check, you also survey the scene in general. You would surmise that these two carts were separate, and that one of them was probably transporting the liquor down towards Nazari, perhaps to a tavern. And I would say with that 20 investigation check, Suma, you would also find a little like a shipping notice that's like to the Tailwind Tavern in Nazari. Delivering to Mari, which appears to be the name of whoever owns the Tailwind Tavern. Which Gallet, you had Fields scope out, I think, just yesterday.
Yep.
And that this other cart was transporting other things. You also spot a couple of like apples and some food along the way. You sense that this was probably more about transporting these texts, perhaps to a library of some sort, and that these wanted posters may have been kind of just somebody going, oh, like these are probably people hired to do this, kind of like, hey, along our way, let's post up these posters. Storm King's orders.
Out of curiosity, how much is the bounty on Aramis?
It is 10,000 gold.
Damn.
Wow.
And how,
what was the book
also, how do you spell that half-elf's name?
It's spelled like this. I believe that's accurate.
Hey. Cool.
Hey, Andros, what do you think that cloud looks like?
Well, looks like shit to me.
Oh, I see, like a little, the little scoop on top. Yeah, I can...
Speaking of Andros, actually, Andros kind of takes his horse a little bit closer towards Alok and Suma. And he goes, well, I knew Master Suma was really into books, but I wasn't aware that you were Master Alok.
Oh, I keep to myself, I suppose. Yeah, I've read quite a lot.
And he says, I was wondering if you could help me out with something.
What's that?
He, so if you recall, Andros's request boon from the Storm King was to take certain books out of his special library, like the library of the castle. And Andros takes out 2 books. One of them is called Divine Curses, and it is written entirely in Elvish. And he says, "I don't personally speak Elvish. I assumed that you would, Suma. I don't really know if anybody else does."
Ahem.
I think Gallet does.
Noted
but I'm happy to
scholar.
translate.
Oh, Captain, you read Elvish?
Yes, I
don't know
know
about
Common,
read.
Elvish, Pig Latin, and a little bit of Minotaur, not to brag.
Excellent. Well, if you can glean anything from this, I also checked out a book on learning Elvish, but it's kind of taken me some time to get through.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then he hands you, Alok, a book called Terminus, the God of Balance.
Interesting.
You hold it in your hands, and while the title is written in Celestial, with like a small common translation of just the title. Flipping through the pages, nothing else is in common in the pages. It's all in Celestial. And Andros goes, "I reckon you probably can't read this. I don't know where to find able to, but word on the
my-
ship is
I
that
can
you
read
kind
it.
of follow this. Oh, you can read Celestial?
Yeah, I dabbled in a lot of things, including a clergy, and we learned how to do that.
Oh, excellent! I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking. Word on the ship is that you worship this god. There is a certain, I guess, there's some stuff in there that I think may be pertinent to my situation and everybody else's situation on the Reaper. It might be there, it might not. But if you could read this maybe in your spare time, I don't know how long we'll be on the road, but
Okay. What's that called?
Terminus, the God of Balance. So we've got Divine Curses, and I believe Gallet grabbed this one, and God of Balance.
Did Gallet take that? Okay.
I guess I just he was handing it to Suma. I got this. Don't worry, Suma.
Oh, all right.
Well,
Well,
Suma-
let me know if you need any help.
Suma directed it to Gallet.
Yeah, I got time to spare.
And was it the history of the village of the wind, or what was it?
Yes. There's also history of the village of the wind.
Although Gallet, I might also need that
Almost
for
got
what
Oh,
the thing I'm working on for Miela. So,
But this is also in Elvish.
Oh,
oh, all right.
hey, Suma.
Yeah.
I got an interesting book here. Maybe we should trade the stuff later. I think we got what we came
yes,
for.
I was about to say perhaps this is not
Yeah.
exactly the time.
Chino, question. I'm
Yeah.
rapidly going through this. Are there any pictures?
In Divine Curses?
Yeah.
It is almost on purpose devoid of any pictures.
Darn it. Darn those elves.
It's very academic and dense. Both of them are, actually.
You know,
it's a very-
you might need that for Miela, right, Suma? I'll let you hold on to that. I can work on that later.
Cool. As we are here, I need...
And you mean as we're leaving?
as
we're
you guys
about
are
to
kind
go.
of
You're actually
trading these books around with each other, I'm gonna need Alok, Suma, and I'll roll for Andros to make a dexterity saving throw.
What?
As you guys peer down at these books. Actually, yeah, just go ahead and make the rolls.
Don't worry, guys.
Oh,
My
man.
imps. Oh my god.
I'm gonna use my 14.
Oh my god. Oh
My imps
god.
will alert us as soon as trouble happens. Do not worry.
I'm gonna make that a 21 with my forces.
Don't you have evasion? Maybe. I mean, you use support
Well,
if you want.
no, that's level 7.
Oh, level 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's at Uncanny Dodge at 5, I think.
Yes.
Cool. Let me roll for Andros. He's only level 2, so we're hoping. I hope he's okay.
Man, the 2 dex people really killing it.
Andros makes it.
Yeah.
good.
So, let me describe to you all what happens next. Next. As you
No.
guys,
Music change.
as you guys,
That means nothing, guys.
at the books that you're reading, you guys see a shadow appear over it. Everything kind of goes dark. Dalit, you and Ruby look up and you see a giant hulking man. He looks like a half orc was stretched out extremely big. He seems to be covered in like bits of fur and like what appears to be a very thin and tattered vest, as if somebody had hulked out of their previous clothes and were stretched out to huge dimensions. Ruby, as you look up, you recognize this as Dirk Stormfist.
No!
Jumping from the trees. He lands in the spot where Alok and Suma are. You see Andros, who manages to get his horse out of the way before anything can happen. He manages to step out. Alok and Suma, you are both thrown from your horses as you attempt to get out of the way. You see Rel sees that, immediately books it, takes off in the other direction. Alok and Suma, you are unseated, and you each take...
Oh, well, I wasn't on a horse because Rel was on a
You
horse.
were on a horse! Alok, you were unseated. Both of you take 3 damage from him just like jumping out. Oh, actually, Alok, you passed your save. You were
Yes,
actually
I used
able
my
to
thing.
you were able to pull your horse out of the way.
Would
So-
we be on our horses if we were just getting the books, or was this like as we got
I
back
don't
on?
think you guys were on them.
That's true. You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna say you just managed to dodge out of the way or avoid being flattened or knocked prone. Suma, you take the damage and are also knocked prone at the beginning of this fight.
Oh.
You watch. You see Dirk.
Oh my
Holy
god.
shit, he's
I
big.
don't believe
Oh my
He
god.
I think
he doesn't. There's
This is a bit
something
different.
immediately as you look at him, you feel like something is wrong with him. There's something like feral, like his back is like heaving. You see he has his great axe strapped to his back, his body heaving. He looks like he hasn't eaten or bathed in days, except for maybe when he
Sure.
grabbed the food out of this cart. He had been wandering out in the forest for I think 2-3 whole days, multiple days at this point. Never made it back into town. In fact, ended up getting so lost he made it on the outskirts of town, and he's here to rumble.
He's gone feral.
He
It's
looks
been only 3
directly-
days!
He looked directly at Ruby and says, "I knew I smelled you." And yeah, everybody. Well, actually, let me pull up the turn tracker. Everyone roll initiative.
Oh my god.
Frickin' Rel
Kinda
didn't even
creepy.
give us a warning.
Hey.
He tried so hard.
But in the end, it didn't really matter.
But there were books.
Who had the bright idea to stop?
That's gonna be a 20 for that guy. But I have.
Dear
I
lord.
haven't.
Tim, Tom, Timmy, what do you mean you didn't see this guy?
He's a very sneaky boy. He's actually got a 20, so I'm gonna move him up. Actually, I can edit it though.
If you just click on the 14.
This guy's gonna go first. So he kind of like squishes the cart beneath him, draws his great axe, starts beating on his chest, and you see like he starts. My fucking headphones came out, and he starts working himself up into a rage. If you were guessing what class Dirk was, he's a barbarian. He can feel.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is the Portia's important thing, is that a reaction to use, or what is that?
I will say, yeah, it's a reaction to use. in
But would I have been
combat
able to
in
do
real-
that if I was surprised?
I'm gonna say it's fine.
Okay.
I think sometimes it's kind of like you're rewinding fate and like creating a different outcome. So you're good. I'm gonna say. Oh, I didn't roll for Andros. Let me roll for him.
Oh, Andrew's gonna
real
tear it up.
fast. Andros is only a level 2 barbarian, unfortunately.
Hey, that's a lot of health.
Hey, that's as much health as us, honestly.
Yeah,
Everyone
yeah.
get behind Andros.
potentially more, because that's like
That's true. When he gets
Andros
to
is gonna
level.
rage and quote Shakespeare at Dirk.
You don't even know what he was in school for.
I think he was in
yeah.
for like liberal arts, probably.
the lowest health he could have is like 13. So that's 26. That's a
I
lot.
want to say he is going to run directly at Ruby. I think he's attacking specifically because Ruby is here and
What?
recognizes her
What?
scent as being Emerald scent. So he's going to move directly that way.
Opportunity attack?
So yeah, Suma,
Hmm.
you make an opportunity attack at disadvantage because you're prone. Andros is gonna get one. Alok doesn't get one because he was always in your.
Gallet should get one. as
And
well.
Gallet should get one as well.
I'll give it a
Right
shot.
here. So all of you get a 17.
Dang.
I hate to inform you that does not hit.
Ooh.
Wow.
Shit.
Question:
Okay.
How does flanking
Yes.
work on a opportunity attacks? Because when he was moving through, would Alok have counted?
So,
or is that when you leave
no.
the square? Or,
well,
okay.
I don't know how his flanking. Yeah, I don't know how your flanking works.
I mean, you guys are directly across from each other. Alok is a combatant.
If you want to go
Um,
off of normal flanking rules, it would have to be here that I'd have
Oh,
to be.
true.
Not,
That's
it would
true,
be like
that's
this for.
Yeah, I would say then no then. Yeah, good call.
Okay. You know what? I got him anyway.
Didn't matter.
That's gonna hit. That's gonna hit.
By the way,
we'll
this
get-
is my
Dang.
special dagger.
Yes.
Take away that 3
Wow.
cold. It's not supposed to multiply the cold.
Got it. So 8 damage.
Okay.
You slash out. Dealing 4 damage. As it is.
Oh, yo, look, that's not bad.
However.
Wait. Some of
he does
that's cold
have-
damage. Not the cold doesn't have.
He is a Path of the Bear.
Oh no!
He's a
I guess-
strong barbarian.
It's a very meta thing to be telling you, but I just to let you know, that is why I'm not having. That's why I'm having the cool damage.
All right, no, that's fine.
But I do. Some of you have psychic spells, I think. But yeah, he will have minus 1d6 to his next save, whatever it might be. Andros is gonna get an attack, not at advantage. Barbarian against barbarian. We are gonna have to see. That's not gonna hit. Swings, misses. He gets right up in your face, Ruby. And I'm gonna let you right now. He is going to take 2 attacks at you. The first is gonna be at advantage. He's gonna use a reckless attack on Ruby with his great axe.
Reckless attack makes all of them at advantage.
That definitely hits your 16 plus 21. Okay. Hits you for oh man. This is gonna be a fun one. 16 damage.
Okay.
Second one. Misses on the second attack. He just goes up, smashes you once with his great axe. It goes, "You tricked me!" And that's the end of his turn. It is
Okay,
now.
I'm probably gonna do
Simu's turn.
Wrath of the Storm on him.
Wouldn't it be Alok because he has a higher dex?
Oh yes, it doesn't do that automatically. Why? Okay. Yes, Alok.
If
Okay.
I do Wrath of the Storm, is that right now? Or is that The
Yes, as a
reaction.
reaction. Yeah, you may use your reaction to do lightning damage, Jen. Just remind me how much damage that is.
it's
This is a really scary fight, guys.
No, it's not.
it's 2d8. I just-
2d8.
You see that movement on that health bar right there? That was 5 damage.
That's pretty
That
good.
was 4
Okay.
damage.
15 damage. Okay, so
Uh,
you, as you as he kind of chops into your armor, you reach out with your hands. You feel Priscilla's hands guide you. Bolts of lightning arc
Oh.
out of you, dealing.
No, that would be 5 because it would be 2 plus 3.
What?
Wait, what happened?
Sorry, no, I was just saying that talking to Taiwan.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I did 8 damage to him, halved. I did 8 halved, on Galaxy. I did 5 plus 3 cold, halved. Cool. So it is Alok's turn.
Well, the slashing would be half too, though. So it would be 5 plus 3.
Oh, what you're saying is different
Hey, but-
increments. Instead of all together, you do 5 half, which would be 2, and then cold half, which would be 1.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I was
Oh.
doing 3 plus 3. That's my bad. I forgot that it was just a 3, so that'd be 1. So it'd be
Yeah.
2, you're right. That's my bad.
Alok, your move.
Yep, this is a bad fight, but we'll do our best.
He's over.
wait, you know what?
He's over a liquid that can be lit on fire, if that helps.
Everybody, a reminder: he's reckless attack, so we don't need flanking to get advantage.
Yeah.
But
He does reckless attack.
man, I really prefer to use the bow, but here we are. That's unfortunate.
14 does not hit.
Ooh.
This guy's got
Yeah,
a balls.
Don't worry,
ridiculous
don't worry.
Constitution modifier.
there
And
is
dex.
nothing I can do about that.
He has
So-
a D6 that's going to be better for roll. Just use your strongest spell. I'm ready for that fireball
Bonus
reveal.
action, disengage, and fuck off.
Alright. Alok fucks off. That is
Alrighty.
you. That's now Suma's turn.
Okay.
Suma, you are still prone.
I am. I will use 15 feet to stand up. And interesting. Okay. I'm gonna use my bonus action to start blade singing. As per usual. And then I have an action left, which I'm gonna use to cast Burning Hands at 2nd level. Hopefully, I want to get in a position where I'm not gonna hit Ruby, but I do want to try to light the liquor on fire.
I will say Ruby is
Ooh.
currently standing on the liquor.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Yeah.
Can I then ready the spell to? Can I
Yeah,
yell
for
to
when
Ruby?
Ruby moves
Get
out of the way.
the alcohol. I'm about to shoot
Yeah,
fire
yeah,
over
absolutely.
here. And then
Absolutely.
I'll ready it to go off once she steps out.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
I imagine
Okay.
when you do your the scorching, what's the move name?
Burning Hands.
I always imagine it as like a light grenade from Piccolo. If anyone knows what that looks like from
I don't know
DBZ,
what that is.
yeah. Let me see if
I
I
do
can.
know what that looks like.
I'll just look for a GIF.
Okay. That is Suma's turn. Blade Song is active. Burning Hands readied. Ruby, it is now your turn. Unless you take a disengage, he will get an opportunity to attack on you if you leave.
Let's not do that. But wait, so just to clarify, so he has resistance to like all types of damage, or
Except Psychic.
but if I have Elemental Adept,
Oh, then it would
Nice.
cancel. Then it would cancel. Yeah,
that's about right.
yeah. You would
Okay.
deal straight damage with your elemental attack.
Okay, then
And I
how
would
would-
say Wrath of the Storm does not count as a spell. So that would still have been halved.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He's really close to me. Let's do inflict wounds, which I think is necrotic damage, but I didn't choose that one. I think I chose lightning damage, so then
Makes
this
sense.
one would be halved.
Yes.
Okay, wait. And then
Yeah, so make a melee spell attack at advantage.
Oh, you
I
got
believe.
this. You got this.
I include that in my sheet.
It would be the same to hit as guiding bolt.
Not gonna do it.
Damn it!
You reach out and he slaps your hand away with his giant, meaty paw.
Oh, I don't like that.
Are you gonna stay where you are?
And-
Because Suma did warn you.
If
He's
I
gonna
see you
light it on
hesitate,
fire.
can I shout, "Come around next to me," and you'll be out,
Okay.
but he won't hit you.
Okay. Then, wait. Come around like this. Here?
Yeah, like if you circled around him,
Yeah,
sort
that's
of between Andros,
I
you would be
see.
next.
Got you.
Yeah,
Next
and then
to me.
Suma, as Ruby sprints next to you, your burning hands goes off. So go
Yeah,
ahead and
so
roll
he
for that.
makes a dex save.
A dex save.
Minus D6.
I will say, oh, that's true. So, okay. What is the spell save DC?
Mine is 15.
15. I will say right now that because of danger sense, barbarians get advantage to dex saves. However, he does get minus 1d6. So Tylen, go ahead and roll the subtraction for
You
that.
ready? You ready for this?
Does the
This
danger
sucks.
sense work on non-traps?
Danger sense works on spells as well, actually.
I
Wow.
think it's effects you can
Ooh,
see.
yeah.
Ooh.
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 This boy is
A
quaking.
1. Alrighty. A 22.
No, that's so
Good
Wow.
sad.
news is
I
that
just
6
take
wouldn't have done
18.
it.
half damage and then
Wow.
half again, I guess. So 3.
Yeah.
But he might be on fire.
Yeah. But the entire, all this liquor goes up in flames. Oh boy, gang.
He is rolling well.
He is rolling very well.
We are not.
I mean, eventually those nat 20s are gonna come in. Cool. So this entire, I'm gonna draw a little red. This is all on fire. Now, heat, Suma, as you feel the burning hand spell leave your hands, you could see Dirk kind of crack his neck, turn towards you, the flames lapping at him, but he doesn't seem to mind at all. As you guys are both right there looking at him, can you guys both make me a perception check before we move to Andros?
Mhm.
Okay, both 12s. He's a big dude, and there's definitely some markings on his body that weren't there before. Because he was just wearing a vest to the ball. There's like weird like runes or tattoos of some kind, like all over his skin, which is
Does
still
it-
there that weren't there before. And it seems
Does
like
it look like tattoos? Like
they look
they're
kind of like
embedded onto
they look
his
like
skin
kind
or
of
something?
embedded. Yeah, like somebody had
Mm.
branded him with some kind of curse of some kind.
Also looks
Um,
stretched, right?
Yeah, he wasn't this big. He was a big
Yeah.
guy, but he wasn't this large. He's being affected by something.
Right.
Andros is going to just rush up and try to clobber him. Hopefully.
Barbarian versus barbarian.
Oh
sick.
man, not having a good time. This guy, Andros goes, oh, haven't we fought in a while, sword again. Misses. Oh, actually, he goes into a rage, and then he does that. But he misses. Cool. It is now Gallant's turn.
All right. First things first. Just letting you know, Tammy is with Raul, and
Yes. These
since-
two are in the trees, or
yeah, since I was just putting them to the side before it's my turn. Since these guys were fairly high above us, they're not going to do anything this turn. They're going to be using their full speed and movement to just start zooming down. So I'll put them in position for next turn.
Cool.
So I'll put him there. Put him, I don't know, like here. And I'm just going to trot calmly away on my horse as I shoot my Eldritch Blast at him, my reservoir rifle.
hell yeah.
Let's see. First shot.
17.
Oh, wait. I need... Okay. 17, does that hit?
17 does not hit. That does not hit either.
Okay, and I'll use my bonus action to... the bell.
Rings the bell. The next healing spell will be cast at a higher level than it is cast at. Cool. Gallop, that's you. It's Dirk's turn. He's gonna take 1d6 from the fire. Let's roll that here. 4 damage. Hold on. Let me actually make sure that it's 1d6. Looks like it's just up to me. So I'm gonna say 1d8. That's less.
That's worse.
Can I take the first one?
I'm gonna pick the first one for y'all, okay? You see, he struggles as like the flames lap away at him, and Ruby, you're still right in front of him, so he's just gonna go after you again.
It's fine, I guess.
Ruby's gonna be fine.
What's your AC? Does a 19 hit you?
Yeah.
I don't know because you have plate now, so I'm not sure if you're at 20 yet. Okay.
Yeah, you really should use a shield. Your AC tank.
That's gonna be 9 damage on the first attack.
Oh, that's nothing. You're eating that up.
You're eating that. You're definitely eating that.
That's half.
Misses again
like
on the second
basically
attack.
half.
So he rolled reckless attack the first time around, and didn't hit on the second attack. So you still have advantage on him for his next turns. That's his turn. He's just one dude. He can't do much.
You can shock him again.
Wait, how are you doing reckless? It's advantage on both attacks. Is that weird?
The exact wording is when you make your first attack this turn.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure
At
reckless
least-
is on all attacks.
At least on Roll20.net.
It says doing so gives you advantage on melee weapon attacks during this turn, so I feel like that
Oh,
would mean
okay. Because this
all
is
of them.
then this is incorrect. Because this is what I was basing it off of from. Oh, during this
It's the
turn,
second
you're
part.
right. You were
Okay,
right. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
so what it's saying is that you have to do it on your first attack. You can't do it later on like a second attack.
Got it. Okay. This is gonna be a little harder than I thought it was gonna be then. Second attack will hit Ruby then. But he
So-
rolls minimum damage. So it's only 6 to you.
Okay. So then it's.
Are you okay?
Nice.
It was 6 damage.
6 more damage.
Oh, 6 more damage?
Yes. Not 6 less, 6 more.
We're back.
Sorry.
Oh no.
He's gunning for you.
Oh, your
He's
health
gunning
bar
for
looks
you.
so sad.
But your next healing spell is cast at a higher level. Alok, that's you.
Told you guys I don't like being a rules lawyer because I'll do it even if it fucks us over.
That's good.
I
What you
appreciate
gotta
it.
do.
All right, he reckless, so I don't need to hide.
Yeah, no need.
Okay. Let's see.
That hits for sure. Both of those would hit.
What is this? Okay. I don't remember if this bow does anything fancy other than just hit. I ignore cover. Okay, nothing. It doesn't do anything fancy.
And
It
+1
hits.
damage.
It does have.
Oh yeah, that already.
Ooh, not bad.
Hell yeah, 20 damage.
Halved.
You hit him with a bolt of that, and it's a good chunk.
Yeah.
Okay, it just means I can shoot through you guys. All right.
True, we can shoot
that's-
through you guys.
I don't have to, but I will. I'm gonna hide
Excellent.
because when
Okay.
you guys die, I will come to save you after. Well, never mind.
Great. I will say he's probably passive perception is not high. I'm gonna tell you right now, his wisdom is pretty low, so his passive perception
Yeah.
is also very low. Suma, it is now your turn.
Sweet.
I know you got that psychic
Okay.
damage.
I do, and I'll by golly, I'll use it. With my Shadow Blade, I will
Shadow Blade.
whip
Pops
that
up.
out from somewhere. And then I'm gonna do a little scoochy. Actually, he would get an attack of opportunity. Oh, but he reckless attacked, so I don't have to move. I'm just gonna.
I will
You
say
know,
if he takes his reaction on you, he won't be able to do it on Ruby.
this is true, but I don't
Don't worry, yeah.
have to move anywhere. I was gonna move somewhere to get advantage, but I don't have to. I'm just gonna roll that sword.
Advantage.
Wait,
Hits.
What?
sweet.
Sick.
AC is 18.
Oh,
since
okay.
we've seen 17, now we've seen 18.
And
Yeah,
oh, hang on.
roll that damage.
I gotta figure out what does it do. 2d8. Great.
Plus your dex.
Oh yes, that's right. I did look that up, and
It has
figured out
finesse.
that is it. Yeah.
16 pure damage to him. You lash out with your sword, and you see. This seems to be the first thing that's really rattled him all fight. Hell yeah. Good shit. He looks like he felt that. He actually turns his head towards you, like, now what the hell? You look like a girl I saw one time. Don't remember where. I can't remember anything. He seems very confused and very furious. Yeah. Do you take any of your movement at all, or you just stay put?
No, I don't want to move anywhere. No,
Cool.
I'm chilling.
You stay put. Blade Singers, man. Blade
For
Singers.
now, wait till I'm dead.
Ruby, that's your move.
Okay. I'm gonna give a go at spiritual weapon.
I want you to tell you right now, if you use spiritual weapon, you will not be able to cast another spells or action.
It's a bonus
heal
action.
yourself.
Spiritual weapon's a
You
bonus
remember
action.
Oh
that-
yeah, that's right.
But you can't
okay,
cast 2-level spells.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said that she can't disengage.
You can disengage and use spiritual weapon, but I mean he has movement. I'm saying if you wanted to heal yourself, because Gallet didn't
Okay.
ring the bell.
That's true.
yeah.
Okay.
You go get him, Ruby. Risk
Unless
it
you want
all.
to go down swinging, do what you want. I mean,
Risk it for the biscuit.
Okay, then I'll do healing word then. Then I think or something.
and,
Suma, do you need healing or are you good?
Nope.
Should I do it
Girl,
anyway?
you're the only one who's
Near death, Ruby's like, hey, are you feeling alright?
so selfless though.
If
So-
you use that on
Just
me,
wanna
I will
check
kill
Uh,
you.
I don't
Also,
know.
if you have
I
cure
feel this-
wounds, I would use cure wounds.
So, are you staying in combat? Or are you gonna stay in melee?
That's what I
Ruby.
was planning on doing, because then otherwise I can
Okay.
get an attack of opportunity,
You
right?
can
Well, you
Disengage.
can
If you
heal
take an
first
action-
bonus action and then disengage as your action
Yeah.
and move away.
And I think if you do that, healing wording yourself, you're still gonna go down to probably 1 attack, if not, he's gonna reckless with 2 attacks. So maybe better just to top off Simo, because he did lose like 3 health.
Nah, I'm
If
good.
you do
Losing them.
disengage.
Okay, wait, so I disengage and he
As an
can't
action.
attack.
And you can move like
That
25
That
feet.
is correct.
Okay.
And if you move far enough away, if he tries to get to you, he has to go through me first.
This is
Okay.
true.
And you can healing word yourself, but it might be a waste of a spell, because if he does get to you, he's gonna knock you down. You can really healing word. Healing word's not.
It's no,
Or,
it's still
like,
have use.
staying
If
alive.
She can if she can heal enough with it, it's 1 free hit.
I'm sure you might miss a second.
I
Well,
mean,
Well, I'm just
the
the
most you can
difference-
get is 7 health, and that's like 1 attack.
Well, if she does that second level, I mean,
I'll say clock's ticking. Make a choice. Make a call.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
The average would
I'm
be
gonna
7.
I'm gonna disengage.
Disengage with your action.
she'll roll high.
Okay.
You can go 5 more feet.
Then I could do spiritual weapon as a bonus action then?
Mhm.
Yes,
Mhm.
you can summon a spiritual weapon.
And it has advantage.
Then I'll do that.
Okay. What color do you like?
Color? Let's do
Yeah.
green.
Green.
Roll it again.
I'll do.
Oh, right.
You have
right.
advantage on that attack.
Nice.
Whew.
That hits. Go ahead and roll. I'm gonna say it's like right here, or where do you want me to move it?
Looks good. Yeah.
Right here? Okay, cool. Where you were. Great. Go ahead and roll damage for your spiritual weapon.
Cast at level 2.
It's-
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
4 damage, halved to 2.
Force damage hit? Fine.
All damage except psychic.
Yo, that's strong.
Such a good subclass.
Hell yeah. This guy is pretty tough. You see he gets hit with that. I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna get you.
Andros' turn, still raging. Just gonna take another swing with advantage. With his great axe. This guy just stays missing. I'm so sorry. I swear he's cool. I swear he's cool. But he just happens to be missing right now. But he's standing his ground. Andros is looking up. He goes, "Listen, I know you're bigger than me. But that doesn't mean you're angrier than me." And chops with his great axe and gets parried instantly. But he's not gonna move because he might go down. Gallop, your move.
All right. Just trotting over here. Just force blast safely. I'm safe over here. I like it here.
Hell yeah.
Reservoir rifle. Does it need
Second
to?
one. First one's gonna hit.
Yay!
12 damage. Blast him.
Second hit. Nothing.
That second one is not gonna hit.
All right, it's time for Tom, and Tom's gonna get in the fire and stab him in the back.
Ooh, yeah, he is immune. With advantage, that hits.
All right, just seeing if I
Nice.
crit. All right, let's see.
First
What?
one hits.
Let's see. It does a D4 plus 3 for damage.
Okay, roll that.
All right, and he
I
needs to make a
not bad.
DC 11 Constitution saving throw.
DC 11. I'll tell you right now, his con modifier is beefy.
He's a barbarian. He's
Nah,
trash at
he's
this,
he's
sure.
failing this.
Nah, barbarians are bad at con. Everyone knows that.
So
Yeah.
roll the con save though. It might get a nat 1.
Hmm.
I roll it.
Well,
but
He
those
barely
both-
makes it.
Those both are gonna do it. Little ant.
Just stab him.
Is it now Dirk's turn once more? Yeah, is that it? Is it?
Yeah.
Did you take any more of your movement? Okay, cool.
What about the other
Dirk's
familiar?
turn.
He
Yeah, does
doesn't.
the other familiar do anything?
Yeah,
Or
no,
you can
no.
only take
Only
one
one.
action?
Only one can attack. I can send
Right.
this guy to do stuff, but like he has
Oh.
nothing to do right now.
Yeah, you see this like a spiritual weapon floating around. There's like imps flying around him. He's on fire. And he's like looking around like freaking Godzilla being assaulted by like planes. And he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna take 1d8 from the fire while standing there. Okay.
What a fool!
Um,
Why would you
I'm
stand
gonna say
in fire?
minimum 1 damage, so he's still gonna take the 1 damage. So it's actually, good bang for your buck. And he's gonna move. He's definitely gonna go for Ruby again. There's no way he's not gonna do that. Let me actually just count this movement. He'd have to go here first, 10.
I think you can go through the weapon.
Okay, cool. Gonna go right up to Ruby. Andros is gonna get a hit, for sure. Wait, he was here? I think he stays in your range, Suma, actually.
Yeah, he does.
But Andros is gonna get.
What about this imp friend? Does it get a
Nope.
reaction?
Mm-mm.
Oh, they don't get a reaction.
Nope.
That's right.
Andros has died a single time.
Oh my god.
I feel really bad for him.
And what
Um,
is you with NPCs?
Hey,
On
I've
our
played a
team.
bunch of times with Suzanne. Okay, Suzanne.
Okay,
She's
did
got-
it.
we'll eventually.
she's got, like,
Andrew's
one
alive
crit.
is.
She got one
Never
sneak
hit.
attack crit. She killed a dragon. Okay, it was.
After I healed her like a bunch of times.
Just get him to follow it.
Gino,
I know what? Yeah.
as he goes for his attack on Ruby, Ruby will be safely on a horse as Callie is now.
Oh shit!
So you're on a horse, by the way, Ruby. So you just have fun on there.
Incredible. We're
Nice.
here, right?
Yeah, right
incredible use of the earrings. Yes. Let
Ew.
me move you right here and get
Boom!
Cool. Dirk looks extremely confused as he brings his great axe down. Reckless attack
Yeah.
once again.
This
It's
was a
17
horrible
to hit.
mistake!
Um, that is going to be 12 damage on the first one. Chomps into you. That's gonna hit again. I've rolled so many. I have a crit once with this guy. 16 damage on the second one.
Ugh.
Where'd she go? Extremely pissed off that Ruby is no longer there. She tricked me, made a fool out of me. I was wandering in the forest for fucking days. Alok, that is now your turn.
Okay. Yeah, there's not really much I do other than hit a bitch, so yeah. I didn't feel like it anyways. Alright. Well, another 14.
Once more.
That's my turn. I'm just gonna boop over here.
You're gonna eat yourself elsewheres.
That's it. Alright.
Okay. Sumo, that is now you.
Alright, I'm gonna attack him with my Shadow Blade using Green Flame Blade, which
Stacking
I
it?
have re-flavored to, I don't know,
You like
Sun
it,
Flare
right?
Blade or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so let's see how this goes. Oh, God.
I believe you still have your portent, I think, which was pretty high.
It was
No, my
7.
portent was bad.
Oh, it was. Okay.
Yeah.
19 hits. 19 hits. Both of those would have hit. There's gonna be beefy fucking damage right here from Sumo.
Alrighty, so,
I would say maybe roll the psychic damage first.
yeah, I was gonna have it separate. So this is the psychic.
Plus
And
your dex,
then,
though.
oh, that's right, +3, so 7.
7.
Oh.
Okay.
And then this is fire. Wow.
Cool.
Okay.
Hey,
I got him.
could be worse.
Don't worry.
I want to say, he cranks his neck over at you once more. This is the second time you've hit him for some psychic damage. It's fucking with his brain. He's not super happy about it. Okay. Any movement? Anything else?
Nope, that's it for me for now.
All right, that's it for you. Ruby, it is now your turn. For the first time all fight, this guy is not up in your business.
Okay. Then I'm gonna do the. If I switch a weapon, is it a melee attack now, or is it like another spell slot to use it?
No, it stays open as long as you have. Oh, actually. No, you never took damage. You still have concentration on spiritual weapon. So you are in the clear. It's still there. You can just have it move, and then let me actually double check the wording.
Spiritual weapon is in concentration, so.
Oh, it's not. It just lasts for a minute. Yeah. You can use a bonus action to move it. So if you want to use healing word, you can't. So you would have to use something else with your action.
Okay, then let's just do healing word, and then I will just use like a crossbow or something.
Cool. It is poisoned.
Yes. And with the healing bell, what does that do again?
Upcast at 1 spell slot. So you would cast it if you cast it at first level, it would be cast at second level, but only take up a first level spell slot, if that makes sense.
Cool.
10 healing. To whom? To yourself? To Gallet?
I would like to take that for myself.
Okay. Cool.
I'll get you next, Gallet. Are you? You're still in the green, right? Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to hit him with the crossbow.
Yes, roll to hit at advantage.
Advantage, okay.
One more.
Ooh.
Second one's gonna hit. So
And
go ahead
then-
and roll the crossbow damage. It's a DC 13 con save. He has. Well, I have to make 2. So let's see how he does. Does not have advantage on these. First one saves. Second one
Mhm.
saves.
Damn
He
it.
saves against both. Let me
Damn
just
it,
double check
Dirk.
what I wrote about the. I know I wrote it down.
Think-
somewhere.
It's
I wasn't sure if
36 damage on the first failure, 1d6 on subsequent for the poison aspect. No, just for the arrow aspect, and then for the
Yeah,
poison,
so
if he
yeah. So
gets paralyzed,
he
he
passes
goes.
both, so no effect takes place on this attack. But nice one. But roll the crossbow damage. Though.
Okay, so just normal crossbow damage.
Yeah, so just normal crossbow damage. 4.
Hey,
Chipping
guys.
away. He's
Yeah.
a pass.
If you ring,
Yeah, and he's barely hurting us. We're fine.
you ring the bell again, I'll heal you next time, Gallet.
You can really only go after one person at a time. Is kind of like his weakness.
Yeah, your perception sucks too.
Cool. Ruby gonna stay in that spot, or you gonna move it all?
I'm right here.
Let me move further away.
I'm gonna say.
Like,
Cool.
Good arrows, good doodle.
Cool. It's now Andros' turn. It's this guy's time to shine. There's no way,
Come on,
right?
Andros.
There's no way he misses
Here we
again,
go.
right?
Come on, come
He
on.
can't roll a 13 with a +5 to hit. There's no way.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
There he is! There he is! Okay!
This is
It
insane.
goes 1d12 plus 3 slashing damage with Spirit Axe. 10 damage. Okay. He probably
Pretty
goes,
good.
"That's my captain!" Oh, he doesn't have Southern accent. "That's my captain!" Boom! Smashes him with the Great Axe. 10 half to 5. Okay. That's his turn. Gallet, your move. Yes. The last person to hit him was Suma. Well, actually, Andros, but he was looking at Suma because Suma's the one doing psychic damage, and he's feeling that the most.
Mm.
Yeah, just normal. Hits.
Nice.
Okay. Hits. Incredible. Okay. Last one for quite a bit of damage. Yeah, boss. Hell yeah, roll to hit for that. Tim's gonna get advantage on that. Jeez, these imps be hitting somehow. Yeah. Go ahead. Another 5.
Mm.
Okay, his roll. You're whittling him down for sure. A 20 on the con save. He gets that. Yeah. I will remind you that you now also have the ability to cast shield as a reaction once per short rest. Yes, your reaction means to teleport yourself. You're right. Great. Yeah, I want to say you can get a bit behind cover there. Cool. Is this where everybody was? Okay, cool.
I'm
That's gonna be-
not next to him, which is strange. Did he move? Did I miss that?
Yeah, was he like? Here?
Yeah,
Okay,
he was
cool.
there. Yeah.
I was like, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Dirk is surrounded by people. He knows he can't get to Ruby. So he's gonna start just swinging. Wildly around him. This first one is gonna be at Suma. natural 19 on the die. Assuming that's gonna be.
What's the total?
It's going to be 24.
24. Can I replace that with my 7 or 10?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Nice.
He swings at you and misses completely. And as he lifts his great axe off, he spins around and swings at Andros. Oh boy. That's a crit.
Oh my god.
And he gets
Not
3
my
dice for
boy.
this.
Doom of all NPCs who
I
go
mean, he
into battle with
he
us.
swings twice with advantage every turn. You're gonna crit at some point. I just no, I can't full kill him. I can't full kill him. He's definitely down though.
Oh no.
That is going to be 30 damage. Andros is down for the count. And we'll start rolling death saves at the start of his next turn. This guy.
I didn't realize I was muted. Does that include his rage? Like half damage?
You are right. That is true. That
Make
is
it
true.
15, which I imagine he does.
Yeah, so he's actually. Oh wait. There you go. Oh, but that's actually. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, and he's gonna stay put. Alok, that's you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm doing.
That hits. That hits.
Right here! Pew!
Nice.
Ooh. Ton of damage on this guy.
Hey.
And you are invisible once more.
Bye, guys. Bye, guys. That's my turn.
That's you. Suma, it is now your move once more. You do not take damage because you used your portent.
Yes. Haha. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this Flare Blade again.
Glows with the radiant light. That's gonna hit.
So this is the psychic, and
9 damage plus your 12 plus your dex.
this is fire. Oh, dex is 3. Sorry.
Yeah.
So
minus
12 psychic
up,
and
then minus
4 damage.
4. He's on death's door. You guys have really fucked him up. He's getting there. Suma, you do all that. You lash out with your sword. He's looking pretty fucking bad right about now. Ruby, that's gonna be you now.
Okay. Can I move my spiritual weapon and then him?
Absolutely. As a bonus action, you can move it and make another attack. So you want it here, or do you want it like here?
There looks good.
Okay, cool.
Okay. And then I would just have to hit. Wait, do I roll to hit again, right? Yeah,
Yep,
and
roll
then
to
I
hit with advantage.
Right. Okay.
That's a miss on the first one. Miss. Special weapon
Damn
lashes
it.
out. He grabs it and tosses it back. What do you do with your action and your movement?
He's almost down. I'm just gonna try to take him down with.
Fire a crossbow
I
bolt.
really. Because
If that's what you,
you know,
want
to
to do.
get him away from people. I'm like, I have a decent HP
That's
now,
just smart.
so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
Just my AOPs in there.
All right. It is now Andros' turn. You know your boy Andros is going to hit this time. Actually, he hit last time. But he's definitely going to hit this time as well. Does hit. Does hit. Look at him go. He's a cool character. 9 damage, half to 4.
Does his rage add any damage? I don't know if you're doing it differently because he's an NPC.
Oh, this is true.
It'll be like 1 more with the resistance.
Yeah. I think is it +1 or +2 at level?
It's +2, but +1 because of
Yeah,
resistance.
so 1 more damage. I'm gonna add 2 more. Cool. That is Anderson's turn. Gallup, that's you.
Oh god.
He's
Take
looking
him
pretty close to
down.
death. He's looking pretty close. He
Oh.
looks feral. Yeah. Looks feral. Alright. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Make an acrobatics check. Or athletics, whichever one you prefer, personally. To
Do athletics
run up his back.
with a -1. Wait, really?
You definitely, attempt to scramble up his back, but realize that there's like fur kind of like sprouting out from it that you cannot find purchase on. Fall backwards onto the cart. Honestly, I'm gonna say you try to like scrape down his back, like try to hold on. Yeah, absolutely. Make 2 attack rolls. You know, that's the first one. That one, those are both
Okay.
gonna hit, and one of those is your dagger, right? Okay, cool. Okay. 5 damage. He is so close.
Oh, you don't have.
And he gets -1d6 to his next saving. But it is now his turn. You're on his back. I'm trying to think. I feel like maybe he could. Probably he can't reach. I'm gonna say he can't reach. I'm gonna say he's gonna take 1 swing at Andros. Definitely hits. Andros is gone. Yeah. Andros goes down. He still has his movement. So he's gonna run towards Ruby with Gallet on his back.
I hit him.
Yeah, and Simo, you lash out. Your Shadow Blade's still active.
The music just got so metal. Holy
Oh,
shit.
beans.
14.
Oh wait, but do I have advantage?
Advantage.
You have advantage. You have
Aha.
advantage.
Ha!
24. Let's see what you can do.
This is it.
Nice.
Come on, Sumo beat.
8. So 11 damage. So I'm gonna
Yes.
tell you guys what happens. Let's back it up. 1 second. He's right here. You're right here. He just boom takes out Andros in one last blow. Gallet on his back. As he goes to move, Suma, you lash out, strike him with your Shadow Blade, and you watch as Dirk stumbles to the ground. He's like kind of like loses his footing for a second,
Fuck, he's a half-orc.
and then
Oh, man.
Oh right.
Death
You got relentless
right
endurance.
back up
Fuck.
with 1 HP,
Hey, I burnt it.
Shit.
I burnt it.
and then rushes over to Ruby
Oh,
once
beans. Well.
again.
Hey, he's at 1 though, so we just need to hit him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just need to hit him once, so and he's dead. But he does get one more hit off, unless all of you guys fucking miss, which is feasible, I guess. Is your AC 18 or 19?
It's 18.
Okay, he exactly hits. Unless Galen wants to do another switcheroo.
No.
You probably can't see it all.
Okay, yeah, you make an excuse for your cowardice. Okay.
That's gonna be exactly 14 damage.
14 damage?
How do you know that? You don't see me.
Wow.
Ruby goes down. Alok, it's your turn.
Okay. Well, it's time to go for it.
This is the one.
I am gonna run out. 25 movement. And
Oh, he's going melee.
yeah. Well, hey guys, I'm here too. Mostly because I don't want to kill him. I want to try to knock him unconscious. So I'm gonna try to just running out with the rapier. Actually, I'll roll and see how I roll, and then I'll describe it. Okay.
Yeah. Finish him.
So I'll just run up and I'll try to like grab onto Galax's leg or something and pull myself up, and like with the momentum, I'll try to just hit him in the back of the head with my the hilt of my rapier.
Conk him.
Just kind of like walking up Gallet.
Go ahead and roll a d4 for me.
Okay. Where?
A 1. He falls this way, tumbles that way.
Okay.
Doesn't squish Ruby, as he collapses. And Dirk is down and out. You watch as he loses consciousness, as that light flickers away from him. The glowing symbols on his body start to dim, and he shrinks back to his normal size. Dirk is completely wasted and unconscious. As you guys kind of like pick yourselves up, like you guys rush to Ruby. Yeah, go for it. And you, I believe, you have the dagger still.
I have it, yes.
Oh.
Oh wait.
I'll walk
hang
up to her and I'll
on.
heal her.
For some reason, I missed that Ruby was down. I don't know why I spaced out on that. But I'm close to Andros, so I'll go to Andros and I'll stab him.
I'll bring up Ruby with my.
So Sima, you run
Betrayal.
up, draw the dagger. You Pulp Fiction Andros. And he gets back up. I believe I said 1d4, but
Yeah, that's.
he's up is the important thing. I'm gonna say it's 4. Andros comes back up.
Pull the
and-
dagger out. Sorry, it's a little weird.
Nothing personnel. And what do we do for Ruby?
I'll heal her a bit, give her 5 health.
Cool. Ruby, you wake up and immediately you look up and see Alok standing kind of above you.
The 3rd time.
Damn it.
I believe you've gone to sleep in fights more times than I have now. So that's interesting.
No!
Hi,
No
actually.
way.
Maybe?
There's no way.
And every time I brought you back up more than you have brought me
No.
up. So
Okay, we're keeping count. Okay, next time you're
no, we
going
don't have
down,
to. We don't have to.
I'm going to resuscitate you.
This was just playful
so-
jest. Okay.
No, it's fine.
Can I head
So-
over to Dirt?
Absolutely.
No, I made him
his-
unconscious.
His skin is pretty badly burnt. He has several like wounds from all over the place from great axes, and like blasts. And he's pretty fucked up. But he appears to be breathing. He's been knocked unconscious by Alok. Suma, you go over to him. What do you do?
Well, first I want to check: is he stable, or is he like making death saves at this point?
Well, Alok specified non-lethal, so I'm gonna honor that and say he's just
Okay.
slumbering.
Cool.
Um,
I wanted to check out once I got over here. Those runes that were on him, if they're still there, maybe see what I can tell about them.
Yeah, go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Mhm.
16. On a 16, you examine his body in a strictly surgical kind of way, and you find that the runes seem to snake out from a singular point in his body, specifically like his like the side of his lower back, as if there was like an entry point from whatever caused this. Um, Examining that, you trace the runes back. You can see that there's a very potent curse that was placed on him due to what appears to be an injury he sustained in his lower back. So as if somebody had stabbed him there, or something had pierced him there and spread the curse throughout his body, which kind of manifested as like runes spreading out like blood vessels through his skin. Um, so kind of like tracing the flow of his veins, that's where the tattoos would arrive, but like would curl and spread in like these kind of arcane patterns. But it seems to originate from one point. And it's definitely a potent curse. And with the 16, I'm going to say you can tell that kind of like part of it is making one kind of feral or wild or like wanton aggression. But definitely, he still had a sense of consciousness because he was able to identify Ruby as somebody who wronged him. But perhaps he wouldn't have been that angry or rash about it had he not been afflicted with this.
Does it look like can I tell if when he wakes up, are they still going to be affecting him or are they fading?
With the 16, it's still here. Um, uh, uh, though he is small now. So you wager that perhaps he may still be aggressive, but perhaps not as dangerous
Well,
until the curse is removed.
see if there's any rope around or anything. Maybe tie him up for the time being, just in case.
They're tied up pretty tight. Um, cool. Yeah, you guys tie Dirk up. You see Aurelius clops back. Aurel kind of comes back, kind of like into the clearing, and he goes, "Is everyone all right?"
Yep.
Well, I knew you all would be able to handle it. I had full faith in you. I just didn't want to get hurt in some way. I have 4 hit points.
Wise then.
He's a commoner.
Thanks for
Commoner stats.
Thanks for the warning, Rel. Maybe tell us next time.
I didn't
Have
know
a-
what it was. I just felt a danger. It was your call to come to the fight. You see, he kind of bows his head and he says, "This is the trouble sometimes with having vague visions. I never truly know what is coming, just that it is. I can, and yeah." Go ahead and make an insight check. A 7. It's hard to say. I'm gonna say it's hard to say. You definitely can read that there's conflict in his face and in his voice. He could be lying. He could be ashamed of not being as proficient at this as he could be. Um, and you see, he says, "The few times I've been able to give prophecies that had any sort of concrete detail, it was when I wasn't conscious. It's sort of like a fugue state that overwhelms me. I lose myself. I start speaking in verse, and I'm unable to remember what happened afterwards. It is only the prophecies I've made in front of people who have kept record of them, such as Valere or the Storm King, that would have any recollection of those prophecies. Perhaps there is more accuracy to be found in those than in the fleeting feelings I feel from time to time.
Well, you did warn us, and we ran headlong into it. So
Um,
there's that.
I want to point out it was my idea to stop, and I didn't take any damage.
And
this is true.
well,
Yeah, I got uncanny dodge now, man.
He does have uncanny dodge now.
New Ayla.
Halves damage on a reaction.
Yeah,
Oh.
I can dodge on can.
Whenever anyone throws a can at Ayla,
Clearly
he's
not.
able to just. Cool.
God.
You see, you guys tie up Dirk. Andros. Yeah. Yes. Question about Dirk. What's up? No. In fact, he doesn't really have pockets anymore because he had hulked out and ripped most of. He has his boxers on as kind of a censorship type of thing. Because I'm not gonna describe Dirk's schlong to you guys. That's not gonna be a thing that happens today. Not gonna happen. Simply not gonna do it. Although if you nail an investigation, yeah, no pants, whatever he might have been carrying on him, like in his pockets or like around his belt. The great axe was strapped to his bare back, which is why he was able to wield it. Sure, you can take the great. I mean, it's just a regular. It didn't have a bonus or anything.
Money.
Honestly, fuck that guy. That guy was kind of a dick. He's like, I'll take his axe any day.
It's also worth like 75 gold, so we could sell that.
Yeah, he definitely takes the axe. Cool. So you guys load up Dirk. I'm assuming Andrew's probably gonna keep him up onto hit. There's no way they're both gonna fit, but yeah.
Well, do we want to take Dirk with us?
Yeah, you don't
well,
have
we
to,
left
actually.
him in the woods once, and it turned out very
Well,
well.
That is true. Although
You could also
here's
kill him.
my idea. I don't want to kill him. My idea is if we just took the cart over there and maybe lean it up against something as some sort of protection, we could just leave him there and let him take care of himself when he wakes up. The road is right here, so all he has to do is follow the road. There is very little room for error.
He's still under this curse, whatever it is, and
He
so
still
I'm
has the
just
runes on him?
worried. Yeah, See these runes here.
Oh.
I'm afraid that he will do that again.
Well, we're kind of quite strong. Surely one of our three spellcasters knows how to dispel magic.
Nope.
Surely
That's,
one of the three of you, which all can learn it. You actually have it? Okay. Okay.
No, but perhaps Ruby, do you know how to remove a curse?
I do, but I did not bring the knowledge to this particular day.
You didn't meditate on that one specifically?
Yes, what's up?
Not.
Okay. Blood?
You get the sense that it's underneath his skin.
Let's skin him.
It is a subdermal.
Oh, this is very grim.
Let's just kill him.
This kills the Dirk, actually.
Okay, I don't want to kill him, but I do want to take care of that. Except for when a wolf comes by, he's like, "Oh, free food."
What if we?
That too. Okay, so here's our dilemma. He's gonna wake up in 1 to 4 hours, just a guesstimate off the top of my head. Random guesstimate. So either we
Roughly 3 hours.
I feel like 3 hours. So either we take him with us and we have to deal with him then, because even if we tie him up, he'll probably just hulk out of that. Or we leave him to be taken care of by someone else, or we kill him. I think I don't want to kill him. I was absolutely aware of that when I did it.
It's not self-defense anymore.
I was completely prepared for that more dilemma, but I don't want to kill him. I also am a little afraid to take him with us, but I also don't want to leave him to kill other people.
Andros
Can we-
walks up and he says, "If you need someone to take care of this, I can do it."
Because
He's gonna
You
kill him.
consider non-existence a curse, or I guess whichever of the 9 hells he might end up in. I'm just saying, if any of you are squeamish,
You think I'm squeamish, Andros? Really?
oh,
Really?
this is true. I like to kill people. It's simply the
I
circle of
really-
life.
If we did that, I could use my animate dead spell, and then I could use his corpse to do stuff.
Ruby, you are worryingly excited about this.
Guys, it's a new spell.
You're prepared.
Yes, a zombie, or if we
Ruby, I would really prefer you didn't do that. That is literally one of the greatest, like, I don't know. That's one of the worst things you can do if you follow Terminus. So, I wouldn't. I would be
Okay.
very unhappy.
Okay. I just, got a little thrown off when he called me squeamish. Like I had to protect my reputation.
Best case scenario, we fix
Well,
him.
why don't we just take him, and then once I, go to sleep and wake up, I can remove the curse.
Yeah, so that's where
then-
my estimated 3
you'd have to do
hours
that in
comes
3
into play.
hours. You'd
We
ha- you
can,
Well,
can-
but
well,
then-
if he wakes up, he won't be fully healed, so maybe we can just knock
Right.
him out again.
It's like with,
next
like with a frying
Yeah.
pan in Entangled, you just keep knocking them out when they wake
you
up.
definitely could do that.
Yeah. Well, because I don't think we want to rest here. Shouldn't we keep traveling? Otherwise, we saved no time at all. In fact, we lost a lot of time. I don't want to do that either, because then he's gonna kill more people. And
Also,
more.
it might be good for
Sure.
us to know who put a curse on him, because that seems bad.
Mhm.
I think we take him with us and just keep knocking him out.
Yeah, that's.
I do not want to do that.
I will
take
do
it
it.
out.
Ruby, you can do it.
I'm okay with doing that.
Okay, so you guys are gonna take Dirt with you.
Maybe the worst thing I've ever done.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, he is going to be displaced from his home, greatly when we bring him with us to a different village, but he can figure that out once we fix
He
him.
is, to be fair, not a great guy as far as I can tell. So
We don't know that.
Well, Ruby, you would know. What did he do?
wasn't he
Anything
an
weird when you were with
assassin?
him?
He was like muscle for the Storm King for illicit operations
Yeah,
that would
yeah.
fly under the radar. So yeah,
Wait, I don't even know this guy was with Ruby. Because I never saw you guys.
this is true.
Oh.
Yeah, who is this guy? Why are you guys acting like you know him?
Oh,
He
he
was
was
my date.
Ruby's date. Yeah.
What is he doing out here? What was he? What? Okay.
Well, he was stuck in a fog that I created
Huh?
for a few days, I guess, during felt like weeks, but it was a couple of days that he was.
Where was
wandering
Fog?
around.
We were at a party. Where did you do that?
Outside in the hedges where the statue of Priscilla is. So
This is like the first time Alex hearing that anyone left a party during all of that.
Yes, someone left the party.
Oh. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna say you guys
Okay.
stopped. It doesn't really matter whoever has Dirt just keeps knocking him out. A couple hours pass. You guys have a couple. You guys have a couple of options here. You can ride into the city of Nazari, and camp there. Or you can ride further and make camp like on the road. Cool. Okay. You guys go in. I guess. Yeah. Hell yeah. Uh, that's really introduced to you guys by Aaron, actually. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but um, uh, cool. You disguise him up. Um, uh, uh, you guys head into Nazari. You go in. It's a pretty humble village. You see, pretty small town. It looks like sound like a sound effect. I
That
felt like
scared
I was
me.
like, did I play that? And then the assailant struck. Um, a true crime documentary. Anyway, you guys kind of like see it from far away. You guys pass over the small little bridge over a stream with these willow trees hanging over it. You gallop down, and it opens up into this nice, small, humble village. There's you can see the smoke rising up of the Tailwind Tavern, which is the first thing that greets you, kind of on your way towards the city, the village from Palestrom. You guys see like a couple small farms, just like personal farms, not like massive farms, just like um, a small village community, and in the center of town, very hard to miss, is a giant statue of the Storm King, looking very young. He looks a lot younger. Well, he looks the same age, but in the way that his eyes and his smile looks young, or at least more innocent, like it was a simpler time, is what it looks like. Um, where do you guys go from here? You guys are in town. I will say probably night has begun to fall. Um, uh, it's around dinner time. Your stomachs are probably rumbling. What do you guys do? Yeah, you guys just got here. Uh, cool. You guys go into the Tailwind Tavern. What do you do with Dirk as you okay. Hell yeah. I was like, no, Robert, that's pretty believable actually, with the shield emblem on you. You look up and you see kind of like a pretty old and thin wood elf woman at the counter. She's wearing like this, green apron, themed with with the Gallen Republic in general. She has like that long, floofy button-up shirt that like everyone wears in bars. Her hair's up in a bun. She has these like the strands that come down right here. I don't know what you call that hairstyle, but she has the strands. Um, and she goes, "Oh well, I guess. Will he be making a lot of noise? He looks to be a bit tuckered out. Is he alive?" "Oh, that's good. Oh, they always do. Look at you, adventurers, so cute." She goes over to pinch your cheek. "Yes, I'm Mari. It's very nice to meet you. Ah, I can't remember the last time we had a couple of Shield members here. All of you Shield members, I do see. Oh, there's 6 of you." And you see Rel is kind of keeping his head down still, even though he's a half orc. And Andros goes, uh, "I'm just hired muscle." Um, do you guys show off your emblems at all?
Yeah.
She goes, "How lovely. Well, I assume you probably want a couple of rooms for the night. Unfortunately, we do only have 2 rooms available, but they do each have 2 beds. So some of you may have to sleep on the floor, perhaps in the stable. Would that be amenable to you? I'm so sorry."
Fine.
I'll
Oh,
take one of the rooms.
Right.
by yourself? By yourself?
Okay, well, where are we putting Dirk again? Okay, that sounds fine.
We got we got 4 now? 5? Wait, 6? Wait,
6
we
dudes
got a
and
lot of
Ruby.
people.
So is it just 6 dudes in one room and then Ruby solo?
I guess.
Surely there's one person that you're fine with Ruby, maybe like Andros, Suma. And Andros does take up a lot of space.
Andros goes, listen, I don't mind. Just camp, so we're outside. It's really more what I'm accustomed to. I'm accustomed to roughing it. So I mean, there's like, like a whole, there's fully 4 of you against one of him.
You can keep one away. Yeah,
You're making some good points.
Yeah. Someone can. I guess one person can stay with me.
I guess roll for it. I don't care.
Those goes.
What does that mean? Oh, I see.
That's a good question. I don't really know what it is. I think
Is it
higher.
good or is it bad? What is
Maybe-
good or bad in this context?
Depends.
Maybe
on,
we should
depends
say
on your
that-
opinion of Ruby.
Maybe it should be the highest person gets to choose. He goes.
Yeah, there you go. You want your own bed, or would you rather?
Oh my god. Andros gets a say. He gets a nat 20.
He does get a say. Okay. So now the DM gets to choose.
Andros goes, I don't understand why it's on me to do this, but I guess Alok.
What?
I think that we should keep the elves in the same room as Dirk,
Suma.
because the trances would work out better, and making sure you guys can keep shifts. So Rel and Suma should be in the same room as Dirk. And I just chose between you and the captain. I don't know. It was kind of a weird.
Fair, although
I think
Rel
I
should
think
not
the
take a walk
lowest
by
number.
himself.
The lowest number should be the one that chooses.
Yeah, I would say just Suma. You just want to be in the room.
You guys, you also don't have to. I could just
Look,
have. them
Ruby is
myself.
incredibly intimidating, and I am scared.
You see? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Well, if it falls to me, I think it makes the most sense for Rel, if you don't mind, going into Ruby's room. The reason for this being, if Dirk wakes up, you will be the first to die.
Right. That is. That is. Yeah, I agree with that. That's Rel, not Andros, by the way. That was Rel's really bad.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Because he's half orc right now. Rel nods and goes up, and you see Mari is like, I really apologize. It's just, well, most of our rooms are booked up. We get a lot of tourists here, as this is, the birthplace of the Storm King.
Oh, that reminds me,
Oh.
Mari. May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Seeing as we are bounty hunters, as you know, any of these look familiar to you? And I'll slide the posters across the bar.
She looks at them, and she says, no, I don't believe I've personally seen any of these types. Although, it's good that we have another one of this fellow, and she points at the Aramis one, and she says, because we had one up on the community board, just yesterday. Except, it appears somebody must have ripped it off of the board. I have no idea why. Perhaps they're chasing the bounty, because 10,000 gold is no joke.
Oh, can you describe this individual? I think we might know them.
Well, I don't know who did it. I just know that somebody must have because it
right.
was there
Ooh.
and now it's not.
Can I locate that object?
Locate object on. Uh, Hold on. Let me make sure. I will say. Ugh. Okay, so you haven't seen that particular um uh uh bounty what wanted sheet, so you can't
Mhm.
locate it. So it's like if you've seen one copy of a book, you can't locate any copy of that book, just the one that you've like held in your hands.
I
And
can locate the nearest object of a particular kind. that?
you would just locate the one that's in your hands currently. So you can say what's the closest poster with Aram's face on it. It would be the one that you guys have. To be like the
Burn
one
it.
that was here, you would have had to have seen it or be seen it within 30 feet
Okay.
at least once. Just looking at the spell specifically. Um, although I mean, you could always. Never mind. Cool. Mari goes, yes, and well, how some of our rooms are booked up, and one of them in particular was actually, well, let's just say it's not fit to live in right now.
Oh no, what happened?
These two jokers, hooligans, if you will, stayed the night, the other night, and left it a right mess. There's some kind of there's ash everywhere. The smell of smoke. The carpet's been burned to bits. At least they had the decency to put the fire out.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yes, well, yes. Oh, wouldn't that be lovely of you? Okay. Oh, yes, I'll take you up there right now. She goes in, she takes you up to the room. It's like kind of right next to where one of the rooms that one of you guys would be staying in. Opens it. You see uh in the room there's like two beds, and the one on the right, both of them are unmade. The one on the right, there's like a big like almost like a scorch mark, like kind of near that bed, and the scorch mark radius kind of goes out. Doesn't quite touch the other bed, but definitely is like on the floor. Some stuff is singed. There was definitely a fire here that was put out, but whatever started that fire is unclear at this point. She goes, I thought I heard some kind of strange loud sound last night. I thought that it was thunder or something. I thought I heard thunder. But it couldn't have been because it didn't even rain last night. But I'll leave you to investigate unless you have any questions for good old Mary. Okay. You have fun. And she drops off the keys to the two rooms. She's definitely gonna charge you when you leave.
What a
One
bitch.
gold per room.
Easy enough.
Go ahead and investigate. It looks like, yeah. Make an investigation check first. And I'll tell you what you kind of come up with.
There's a lot of ash and wood.
It's like soot and like blackened wood mostly. 6. Okay.
I think you're right. I'm trying to tell
A bunch of
all this
fucking
ash.
Sherlock Holmes is in here.
There's more ash over here too.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
Suma, you have very recently been struck by lightning. Earlier at the tournament, you got up at the spot where you were struck by lightning. You look at the pattern of like where it has been blackened. It looks like lightning struck in this room in this spot near the bed. Like lightning struck indoors.
I will muse that out
starting
loud.
starting a fire.
Mhm.
So like you can see that the point of origin of the fire was from where that lightning struck, and it kind of spread
Mhm.
through the room, but was quickly put out. And you can tell by like the pattern of like the ashes with that 26 investigation, the pattern of the ashes and the soot marks. You can tell the fire was snuffed out by wind.
Mhm.
So would you point this out to us?
No.
I would say everything that I noticed. Yeah.
Could it be they were maybe trying to mess with the eye and something weird happened?
Could be.
Well, the eye was also lightning. It was Priscilla's eye. So.
Yeah. Do you reach out to your god, Ruby?
Yeah. Can you just go ask your god?
Do you phone a god? You want to phone a god?
I could.
Ask the guardians. Anyway.
Could I do sending on my god? Could I do that?
You can just talk to your god. It's like a thing clerics can do. You can just, pray and like reach for guidance.
Yo, homie, you there?
Yo, Holmes. Smell you later.
Okay, I reach out to her.
You reach out to her. Do you do it in alone or around these people? Andros is here.
I'll do it. I'll do it with them. It's fine.
You reach into that spot in your soul that connects with your goddess, and you feel her voice inside your head. What is a child?
Priscilla, do you know what this could be? I just indicate the room.
She says, I can recognize my own energy when I see it. This was a bolt of my own lightning, though it did not come from me. It must have come from the eye. As I perhaps had, as I've attempted to warn mortals over the years, the eye is not for the use of mortals. Their bodies are unable to withstand touching it for too long, or even holding it for too long. It lashes out with energy that is beyond their body's capabilities of withstanding. Whoever was holding it must have been injured terribly bad.
What would have triggered this kind of reaction?
Casting a spell on it would likely have done it. A spell such as Identify, or perhaps some other spell that directly targeted it or attempted to either reveal its nature or utilize its nature, would have caused such a reaction. I have warded the eye well against mortals. They were never supposed to be used for this purpose.
I think that's, Priscilla, adventuring party, Priscilla.
Yeah, they can't hear her.
They can't.
No, it's just you. It's just you. You are speaking to your god, like in your prayers and thoughts.
Got it. Okay, well then can I like break?
You can see ghosts now too?
You what?
Can I break from it for a quick second? Just be like, hey guys. Any other questions?
Hold up, AFK.
She's like, okay, sick. That's a good question. She says, the eyes are no longer a part of me. Perhaps there was a time where my strength was such that I could rip it out of whatever mortal's hands it might be in and send it directly into my realm. However, my power is weakened over the years, usurped, and I no longer have the strength to do such a thing. I can perhaps uh, um, uh, attempt to scry for it, but the eyes were always meant as a vessel for my power away from me, disparate from me. And so I am disconnected from this bit of myself.
Well, there were two halves that were part of the Priscilla statue, and there was one that was missing for a long time, and there was one that was recently taken. So yeah, that's as much as I recall. I'm pretty sure they have. I'm pretty sure they have both.
They took one from, that was what they stole, I think, from the Duke. The thing that Valera had
Right.
like taken in that bag. And it was the item that was like cursed and summoned all those skeletons, and then they took away. And
Putting it back together.
maybe it's not cursed anymore, it's uncertain, but it might still be. And only one can be active at a time is the other detail. So there are two. So like there are two of them, and only one like can be, I don't know,
Well,
something.
the eyes are golden.
They are not. You
Oh,
actually have not
okay.
laid your eyes
Yeah,
on
so we
the
don't
eye. You don't
know.
know what it looks like.
We
actually.
only have a drawing.
I think they're
You have a
black,
drawing.
right?
Because doesn't Aramis have like a golden eye?
Aramis does have a golden eye.
Mm-hmm.
The eye that was missing was the eye on the Priscilla's face, which was frowning, because the face had two different expressions at one half each. The one that was old, like taken a long time ago, like a long. I gave the scale as like hundreds of years ago, I think. That one was the one that was frowning. This one that was more recently taken, maybe like decades ago, is smiling. But not. I believe his right eye. I would say you could probably reasonably conclude that that the Aramis' special eye has nothing to do with the Eye of the Storm, because he has one in his possession, and if that was him activating it, he would have gotten fried. You know what I mean? It would appear that like he doesn't have a sense of control over this thing, hence why it lashed out at him with a bolt of lightning. He does have it. Sure. On a history check, I mean, eyes don't really seem to feature in a lot of stories. It's just a kind of a neat coincidence. You can make the inference that perhaps Aramis is so interested in it because he has a thing for eyes. Maybe it's a weird fetish.
He's just collecting them for fun.
Yeah, Ruby, before Priscilla leaves you, she imparts you with a couple of things. She says, the Eye of the Storm. There were many of them, actually, in statues of me all across Ela. There was a time where had quite a bit more followers than I do now. And each of the eyes would watch over those who believed in me and had a bit of my soul inside of them. I knew that there were those that feared me as their goddess, those that refused to worship me, those that would curse me, curse in my name. And so I knew that those who followed me would always be targeted. So at my statues, I imbued a part of my soul. Eventually, one by one, those statues were destroyed. In fact, I can tell you that the one near Kalen Manor is the last among them. It had been the last among them for centuries. And as each one of my statues were destroyed, the remaining ones, the parts of my spirit, fled from the destroyed ones and entered the ones that were still intact. However, now there was only one. All of them were concentrated in those two stones. They are fragments of myself, fragments of my divinity, and in fact, in my now weakened state, each of them contains a part of me that is larger than what is left of me now. When I said that those who possessed it could have the power to save the world or destroy it, what I mean is that to be able to fully use the Eye of the Storm would be to become the deity of storms in my place. Do you understand why it is so important to retrieve it? I bid you the best of fortune, my child. She vanishes. She definitely vamoosed after that last monologue.
She sings a lot. Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of poetry. Any other questions? Well, I have her
Oh,
with
she's
me.
fully gone. She's fully gone.
No, I know. I'm pretending.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
pretending. Yeah.
You've seen a statue.
I mean, the only thing that's different is it's animated, so her hair kind of wild, as you can expect. Yeah. I do. Yeah. When I talk to her.
In dreams as well.
Whoa! Don't. I wouldn't call her smaller time. Okay. Hipster. She's very.
She's underground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you I think you can get the sense that she was once very powerful, and her power was reduced somewhat, as her shrines were destroyed, and her followers persecuted. Um, Lucky's kind of dead. Lucky's dead. Some people believe that. True. Others don't. Um, Commonly considered to be dead, but perhaps not. Perhaps just slumbering. I'm gonna say you guys probably take this heated religious discussion downstairs to the tavern. Can get some. You guys can get down there. Do you guys eat at all? Do you guys want to eat before you guys kind of cool?
Dinner.
you guys go ahead and grab some grub. And as Mari sets down the plates in front of you guys, she says, "Ah, it's so cute to just watch a new group of adventurers running around. Ah, you know, this very tavern, the Tailwind Tavern, was actually the site of a very similar meeting of adventurers.
Oh, really? Tell us
Oh,
about it.
yes. In this very tavern is the tavern where mashed potatoes.
Dick.
This very tavern is where Zariel the Brave first had the prophecy of the storm that would swallow the sea. That's right, I was right over there. Of course, I was a lot younger back then. 430 something years ago, but you know.
That must have been quite something to witness.
Well, to be honest, at the time, I didn't think it was very important. You know, there's always people showing up at taverns, telling tall tales. So
Are they
kind of a
always
common
having
thing.
prophecies?
Well, when you live so close to the Village of the Wind, it's only about a day's ride away from here. You know, they come in. Although, you know, Windseers are especially rare. And in fact, this was one of the first times I'd ever seen one. And you see Rel kind of like choke on his as she's talking about this. She says, obviously I tell this story all the time because tourists always want to know about it. Or well, tourists, religious devotees. Yeah, it's a vague term, but um, I remember when little Nazaire, little Storm King, was but a small boy. Barely came up to the kneecap of the statue of him in the square. Of course, that was before there was a statue of him, and before this town was named after him. This town used to be called Willow's Crossing. Yes, I remember that. Oh, it was 400 years ago. And she's doing the thing that old people do, where they just ramble forever and it's not getting to the point. She goes, "Oh, yes, 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 yes. Well, the funniest thing is that when Nazaire was a boy, he was one of the very few wind cloaks who was not born in the Village of the Wind. He was born here. And in fact, Zariel, the Windseer at the time, as there's only usually one, rode in from the village to recruit him, I suppose would be the word, to invite him into the village. And it was then they were here having drinks at the time, and I remember all the candles inside dimmed, and the room got frightfully cold, and Zariel began talking in a voice that sounded unlike his. Naturally, I don't remember a lick of the prophecy other than, you know, blah, 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 the world's going to end, which it didn't naturally. But it did happen here.
Okay.
Storm King.
You got it right.
Yes. Yes, well, they gathered quite a little while after that. It was a couple of years after the first prophecy. I assume that you know, the two boys probably spent some time, you know, going about and gathering followers, but they didn't meet up back here. What there was the halfling, um, a sweet girl, sweetest girl you've ever met. Seemed a little down on herself though. No idea why. She was very pretty. Um, yeah, I don't recall if there was an amulet. Perhaps she might have been keeping it under her tunic, as it were. That might be possible. There was, of course, the dwarven woman, mighty strong beard. much longer than yours. And she points at you, Ruby.
Okay.
She was always tossing a ball around, little crystal ball. She was tossing it constantly. I was very worried it would like break on the floor and spill. I don't know, fog everywhere, or perhaps wizard juices. I don't know what goes in
Oh,
crystal
they're
balls.
actually quite strong, and I'll take mine out and I'll give a knock on it.
Oh, well, I
You
don't
know.
know how wizards work. I'm assuming. Look, I can cast a
I
couple
want
of
to buy that. I
cantrips,
don't know.
but I don't know
Looks
spells.
like
They
orange.
they go in a book, and there's a pouch, and I assume there's just wizard juice in there that makes the spells go.
Actually, a vial pouch, for the magic
Yes,
vial that we have.
naturally, the liquid magic juice. And she says, and there was a dark-skinned human. Was wearing a robe all the time, kept to himself most often, and if I recall correctly, there was always also a drow, although she mostly stayed in the shadows. So I suppose they don't like bright light. So not that
We
it's ever
haven't
that
heard of
brightly
that
lit.
before, have we?
No,
Doesn't sound familiar.
well, not
I
everyone's
mused so loud to
memory is
myself.
as good as this one. This noggin is like, what's I don't remember the word, but it's very good at remembering. Uh, um, she goes,
How fun.
well, that's the general touristy speech. You get to give it from time to time. How long
Actually,
will you be
quite
staying?
fascinating. Thank you.
Oh, well, of course. Yeah, making sure to dole out some. People come here all the time to kind of visit. The Storm King's original residence still here, unoccupied. It's guarded, of course. A couple people come in to clean it from time to time. Um, uh, uh, but people like to come and visit and look at it from far away. I don't know why, but they just kind of come and look at it. I suppose the Storm King does come and visit every now and then. To touch his old things, I suppose. But you know, yeah, definitely, yeah. Every now and then, one of you takes a bathroom break to go upstairs and punch Dirk in the face. Um, he goes, "Oh, what the hell happened?"
I
Begins
gotta
to
hit the
hulk out, but
John.
never quite gets to. Cool. Uh, yeah. Any other questions for Mari? Roggoth. Well, that is the name on the little paper you've got there, but I personally haven't. News from Pilstrom tends to flow very slowly over to the Sahari here. Mostly people come in here, they only want to talk about the Storm King, and they really, it is strange. I understand that he is, the closest thing to a god that probably exists on the mortal plane, but I can't help but still see him as a wee lad. He was very cute. I mean, he still has his boyish charms, but he's much more severe now than he was back then. Oh, an execute! How dreadful! Oh, yes, he's perhaps the most talented Windcloak that has ever lived. Well, there has been a sort of initiative. There's an application process to see if you can move into Pales from be behind the walls. Some people on the coasts believe that is necessary as the construction efforts to build breakwaters along those cities perhaps are not as well funded as Palestroms. But there are also those who believe they can, head to the mountains perhaps and take shelter there. But it is unknown. thank you very much. That's very kind and thoughtful. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Anything else?
So, I don't know if we covered this already, but then the Storm King didn't become the Storm King and like lineage or anything. He became the Storm King by just a meritocracy thing. Like he showed off his powers. So then they're
Oh,
like,
well, he
"Ooh."
killed the last king.
Oh.
Yes, so you've been to Castle Pilstrom, correct?
How did you know?
Well,
Why?
one of you guys said something about meeting him, thinking he was severe or something. Well, you must have come through Pilstrom. Hard to miss the castle, right?
Yes, we've been inside.
Oh, inside, very nice. Well, you must have noticed those two very tall spires in the platforms up above. The ones that reach so high they sway in the wind. Well, the official way that the crown passes is a challenger comes, declares that they are the true Vox Ventus, the voice of the wind god, and the challenger and the incumbent king have a duel. They essentially, whoever is able to murder the other from that distance wins. It is said that they throw the wind at each other, and when one is hurled off from the peak, Ventus decides to frown upon them and strips them of their ability to cushion their fall. Let's say.
Oof. Has anyone ever challenged the current Storm King?
None. I believe all are too afraid to. Although, there was one young lady who was quite a long time ago that I heard this, but there was one young lady who said that one day she would, but, well, I haven't seen her since, so perhaps she didn't fail. Yes, yeah, so, roughly 400 years ago, the Storm King killed the previous King of the Wind, which is what it was called back then. The Storm King is really just a name that applies to in this era specifically. It's not like the name of the king here in Gallon. It's just sort of, how he's referred to.
Do you remember the last time there was a really big storm? Where the Storm King plus an adventuring party also had to arms and fight.
Well, see, you're not from Gallon, are you? None of you are?
No.
It is the strangest thing. It appears that our people are the only people who sort of remember what happened. Although I suppose, it is mostly elves here in Gallon, and we live much longer and can remember such things. Perhaps generationally, this knowledge is wiped out. When the first storm came, ships were sent out from. It was really a group effort from every single nation. Even distant islands in the Far Isles sent a ship or two. Warships from Palea. Most of the ships from Lockheed were deployed. All of the entirely enormous navy was deployed in that effort. Every Windcloak in Gallon was commissioned to go out and fight. It was a united effort from every single nation in Ila. Although I would say of the groups, perhaps Laki and its navy was one of the most instrumental pieces, alongside Gallon and its Windcloaks. Anything else? History lesson? Understand not all of you were taught this in school.
Yeah, I wouldn't really go over this in my school.
Yes, it's very strange. I have no idea why.
I think I sort of remember talking about it briefly, though. It's not really talked about much for some reason.
Ayla, where did you grow up?
That was very out of the blue.
Well, we were talking about school and being taught as a
Wow.
young person. I'm just curious. If you don't
That-
want to tell, that's.
That genuinely just felt like a brick hitting me out of nowhere.
He's like,
All right,
You
let me look at
were
my.
a young schoolboy once, weren't you?
Yes, I grew up in Patai on Lucky.
Hmm.
Patai? That's up to
Patai.
the DM. I don't know how to pronounce Patai.
hmm.
Yeah, it was a little city in Lucky. It was more inland though.
Sounds like Italian music right now. So
I know.
just
Have
It was also
We're on the
we ate
patio.
baguettes and there's these people that would do these
English
weird.
is
Well, that's France. That's France.
yeah, actually.
French.
What do Italian people do? Pizza.
I will say you know for sure that there's a really nice library there.
Ooh, library. Yum yum yum.
Hmm.
Very nice, hospitable place. Not super flashy, but there's a library there, and a very renowned one.
Lucky is quite amazing, yeah. And tour here. You know, this
Well,
place
we
is
already
actually not
kind
that
of
bad.
know that.
We don't have to go to. We don't have to go to my
Well-
place. It's just rocks.
Oh, but Ruby, I did want to ask you because, well, I've been to Palea and I was curious what city.
I named it, by
These-
the way. I don't know. I don't know if you know that I named it.
Braun? Is it? Wait, no. Is that my clan name? Braun Anvils.
Yeah, Ronan was your clan name. I named it Copra. Kopra.
Oh, right. Because of the copper.
Yes, because of Copra. All of them are named after. Plains are very simple people. Okay. All their names are very straightforward. Yeah.
So our school is pretty simple too. Just looked at rocks and then yeah, books aren't really a open resource. It's kind of hidden away, restricted access.
So,
What? Oh yeah, like the
chisel and yeah.
They don't use paper.
I have
Yeah.
a question, out of character question
Yeah.
for the DM. What Palaean above ground city is closest to Jasar?
To Jasar. Let me show you. Jasar is right there. It's in between. Jasar is in between where Copra and Torra are.
I'm wondering. So we never established where, what city that my house was in. When I was why I don't have a house anymore. But when I was
mortgage?
raising Suli, I had a house, and I was imagining it was on Palea,
Okay.
so that she could go downstairs.
You want to
every
place it
so
somewhere?
often.
There's definitely
So,
could be a small island
I
off the
wonder-
coast here somewhere.
I don't know. Would it be cool if I was also lived there and but we never met, and it was this
It could be
weird
kind of-
thing?
You could always roll for it.
This is
That's true.
I know. Yeah, I just
If you roll a 1, you're a
It's not
nomad.
morally.
Actually, just
Oh yeah.
Back in my day, I had to walk uphill
Switchback roads
5 hours
and
both
all
ways.
the
nope.
good California driving on a cliff.
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
just
gonna roll
PCH
for
the
it?
entire way.
I don't know. What would I roll even? I don't know.
Yeah, roll for it. I will
I was
say,
just recommending it's up to you.
above death save rules, passing is you're closer to where Ruby lives. Failing is you're on the closer to Torah.
And if you roll a 1, you die.
Okay, you are. The island is kind of off the coast, of Copra, and so because I intentionally made Jasar close to Copra because canonically we know that Kai, Nico's beau, is from Jasar.
Yeah.
And had also visited Ruby's village, like mining community. So this distance-wise, it would have had to have been close. That's why I laid it out like that. That's why I decided to do it that way.
How strange.
Yeah. Maybe you guys, we just didn't reveal it, but we actually we've known each other.
I know.
This. Yeah.
No.
What?
Probably not, but.
We're neighbors.
That's such a random detail to
There's
just
like
keep.
there's like a detail in the prologue to this where we walk past each other at the market, but neither of us knows about it.
Yeah, you're too busy, like your baby is like like baby Suli is like crying, so you're like totally absorbed, and Ruby is like, I don't know, about to start a fight somewhere, trying to sleep. It's like, I've met you before.
Were you the?
Haven't I seen you at the library?
Man, you had the book upside down and everything. I remember that.
Fate is very strong today.
Well, actually, you grew up in Adaport, right? I think you were from there, or where'd you grow up?
You want to have grown up there? You can have grown up.
I thought that was said at one point. Didn't you live at the city we left from? Okay, then not Adaport.
Cool.
Let me make one up right now.
Yeah.
You lived in Port Valor. Port Valor in which is actually the port closest to where Patai is. Because Patai is inland, probably the closest port town over would be Port Valor.
We are not making a canon that we met. It's not happening.
Wait. Have you guys?
Oh yeah.
Community.
I haven't. You kept pestering us. I remember that.
There's a really elaborate. There's a really elaborate episode of Community where they're all like they invent this like backstory where all of them like knew each other. Like, you were the one who gave me the flyer for Greendale Community College.
I remember that episode.
Yeah. This
I will
feels
say, like Ruby and Suma, you guys maybe had a chance encounter, but didn't actually speak to each other. Probably you were just in the same place at the same time, but never interacted.
Honestly, there's a really good chance that wouldn't have happened unless he went to where I lived, because I didn't leave the house off. So.
Yeah.
And I never went to another city, so. Well, I'm not quite sure what a hipster is. I am not a hipster. Wait, I don't know how this works. Wow, you're berating me. I believe it's just I don't have a powerful connection like she does. I don't know how it works. Yeah. Well, it's not ghost power. It's weird. Yeah. No? So no, well, actually kind of. It's kind of like it's a balance. There's life and death, it's both. No, not really. Yeah. Okay. Wow, you can you can tell he's kind of sad by this. It's like he actually is starting to look like a little down. Yeah, I suppose so.
Get into him.
Yeah.
Okay, you still have me, Ella.
What?
No,
That
I
way
have to
does
have
not
met
work
them.
that way.
And also, I don't think I could sending a god now.
Oh, we should. I feel like we're all like totally drunk at this point at the
You're
tavern.
definitely well.
Not
Alok
Alok.
doesn't drink canonically.
Alok
but-
does not
Okay, well, we should figure out
Chocolate
what
milk
to
hits
send to the Red Wraith.
We're doing that? No, hold on.
Tell.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Yeah. Crank, call him.
You have to send
Okay,
setting
Colin.
twice because you have to wait for the reply.
Make sure you put the asterisk before you put the number in.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Before
Well,
this happens,
First of all,
no,
incredible
and no.
theory.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely canon now. However, they do know it's me talking to them.
Suma,
Hmm?
I mean, I need to talk to you directly because you're the one with all the power here. Do not send that message, please.
I will.
Suma, do not
send
look at
that.
him. Don't do it.
I
yearn for you still. I'm so dead.
Suma, Suma, back here. Wayne. There's so much wrong with all of this.
and she's just going to think he had a brain fart. That's all.
Suma,
Let's
okay.
send a message to Ada.
I will. I can't. I haven't met her.
Never met the queen.
That is even more insane.
Which is
We could
unfortunate
tell
because she
her.
sounds really cool, but
Yeah, we could tell her that, watch out.
Okay.
I can
Ooh.
talk to Tracker. Yes,
You
I
can't
can
talk
do
to
that.
Tracker.
Ooh. Who's Tracker?
Mhm.
Mm.
No.
Oh well, hang on.
Wait.
No.
Wait,
No,
who's Tracker? Out of character.
Tracker.
Tracker was a detective that you
Yeah.
guys can explain if you want.
Oh, Tracker. Well, we met her on Lagan, and she was investigating the whole Rotwood dealio, and then she was also the one sent by Sierra to find out more about fake Gwaine.
I don't remember any of that. Okay.
I don't know if Alok and Gallet have met her in person. Oh wait, you did. She showed up. Yeah, she showed up after you guys arrested Rotwood.
Yeah.
She was like, "Hey, you guys solved it. Good job." I have also solved it concurrently. So here's the thing. I think that's a beautiful theory, but I'm not going to talk to the Red Wraith about it because I just think that might not end well.
So
Here's the thing. I am willing to talk to him. I will send a message to him if you want, because I am extremely curious as to how that would go. But I'm not going to say that.
counter argument. We don't know anything about the Red Wraith. We know he's insanely powerful and that he's gonna destroy the whole world. Okay, well, we know that people think he's that powerful, and if we want to go off of what any information we have about him, okay, Berlin, knocked her unconscious for a while. She's a god. So here's the thing.
Okay.
If
Okay.
we don't know what happens if Suma does this, Suma might die. He might attack back. He might find our
No.
location. He might, like, you know,
No.
we don't know what he's capable of, man. He's
Don't
powerful.
think he could do. I mean,
He
it's
has
just
a ship.
sending, right? I know
Critical
what the
ship.
spell does. If he can do any of those things, it would be that he could do them independently of me doing this.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you have to make some sort of mental connection with him, and then he can mess with it.
Anything is possible, but if he can
I mean-
do that, he can.
True.
Yes, the dreams.
Maybe
the-
he just needs a
yes,
bridge to walk across, and you can make the bridge by sending to him. We don't know.
maybe, but
Oh, it
I
is
don't
in
know.
your.
I guess. What can I do? An Arcana check?
It is. It is ultimately her decision or his decision. So true.
I'm losing my mind.
Shenanigans at the end of the session again, but in a
You
different
love
way.
to see it. I am. You know, I love chaos. If you do it out of character, I'll be so happy. Alok's just a coward.
I think Sumo might be a little more cautious than me, but I really want to see what happens.
That's true. If there's no straight man, I feel like it's tough. I mean,
Definitely his heart.
yeah, he is a 2-bit comedian, as he would know. Yeah, if you want to cast that sending, you can cast that sending. You can make an Arcana check to see, I guess.
Yeah, I just want to rack my brains to see if I know if that is even possible. If he could like reverse take over my brain, but
Reverse.
A 15. He was able to enter your mind once in your dreams. This happened the night after you first encountered him. Presumably, you still would have been close by to him at the time. It never happened after that. The only person who has had dreams about him since is Aurelius. Rel has had dreams about him, has had dreams about being murdered by him in his sleep.
Oh, that's right.
It is unknown. Yeah, it's unknown why that is occurring. But the way that Rel had described it, it seemed more like a recurring nightmare for him that had a theme. When it happened to you, it was more like the Wraith was specifically trying to talk to you and tell you things and tempt you to do things. I will say that definitely the sending would not make it so that he can take over your mind. You would likely have more dreams, especially if you were closer to the water. I would say it's like a proximity thing, but like the sending enhances like your kind of mental familiarity with him, making it more easy for him to access your mind in your sleep. He couldn't make you have, visions just like normally, like in the daytime. It's just, sleep is a
It's a
fun
vulnerable
time.
time.
That could be good though. We could get a lot of information from a dream. So
Ruby,
Okay.
what were you gonna say?
I mean, if we want to be safer, we could just send Tracker to go to Ada and try to do something about that.
I do feel like that should be addressed, especially since we just learned that Lockie's navy was one of the most instrumental in his previous demise. So if he is under his influence, even indirectly, that seems pretty disadvantageous. But the only thing is, well, I wonder how much influence Tracker has to speak with her. That's true. Wait.
No influence. She's just a sneaky sneak.
Yeah.
At least as far as you know, she might have more influence than she lets
I mean,
on.
she could sneak her a message that just like a warning message,
This is true. I'm willing to try it. Against all my better judgment, I am interested in at some point speaking to the Red Wraith, but I want to make sure that we're saying something
I was about to
really
say
interesting.
we can do it, but maybe we wait for when you sober up and we're all in a
I've been
clearer
drinking coffee this
mind.
whole time. Although I
You're
would
all
be
sober.
The
taking advice
caffeine
from
is
you all.
getting to you. I can tell. We should.
I think the message.
There's lattes.
That's true.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
True.
That
is a good
well,
point.
here's one thing I can do. I can it's coffee. I told you, just because I spiked it doesn't mean. Anyway,
Wait.
I can send one sending now, and if I take about an hour, I can regain some of my magical energy to send one more time.
Okay.
Two tonight.
So, what do we plan on getting out of this? We message
Well-
him. We say, "Hey, give us info," and he goes, "Haha, fuck off." What do we get out of that? Okay. And then he gets out of that.
What was that
What
last word
all he
you said?
responds with is, "What?" Is that what that was?
Your computer comments.
So you're
That's not true.
actually in real
That is
life
not true.
sending it to the Red Wraith, or are you sending it to Tracker, or which?
Well, hang on. I definitely want to send a message to Tracker.
Okay.
You guys chat while I figure out my 25 words.
Yell it.
We should just say. We'll just say.
Okay, we've already said that the Red Wraith
People
will
know.
know it is Suma. So that will not work. Unless it's some reincarnation.
I think.
Suma just said it! Suma studied the spell!
What if you say that Alok has talked to the ghost?
Why?
Is he dead?
Don't throw
dead?
my name in there. Do not throw my
Is
name
who
in
dead?
there.
Nazaria?
What are we talking about?
Nazera is the Storm King's real name.
Yeah, that's okay, so
Oh wait, we're saying oh.
there we go. Thank you.
I am a
Oh,
proxy.
Nazaria.
Oh wait, hold on, it's still a bad idea.
This is. I don't know why every 90% of the canonical or suggested romances in this campaign are gay. Nearly all of them.
I take
Okay.
credit for that.
Bro, flip it and
What?
ship it.
I'm messaging Tracker
Make it
right
work.
now. I can't hear you.
He's wizard texting right now. Could you?
How do you know?
I was actually
Okay.
gonna say that, but yes.
It's possible. I mean, anything's possible in the Underdark. You don't know.
Oh my god.
They get freaky.
Oh boy.
No. How are you half explain to me how someone can be half skeleton?
I would imagine everyone needs their full skeleton.
Do you know you have
So-
a skeleton in you right now? About
So would
3/4.
half
I'd
your
say.
body be just
Wait, Gal, let me tell you about how the birds and the
Flaccid.
bees work. So if I were to reanimate a skeleton, you cannot
Don't do that, by the way. Don't do that.
cannot procreate with you can't it's just no it's totally I don't
I come
get-
out of my sending.
What is this
only to hear that out
conversation?
of context. What has been happening while I've casting this spell?
Oh my god, don't bring her into this.
Uma, please, you need to get them under control.
A small rain cloud appears over your head and then pours rain on you.
Uma, as the party's dad, you need to keep them in control, please.
I haven't used my fatherly powers in some time. I'm rusty. I'm sorry.
Dear Lord. Wait,
I
just-
summon Call Lightning.
you just talked to her for the first time ever, and she contacted you? Oh, I don't want to talk about it. You can insight if you want.
What?
Huh?
Sorry, I was counting words.
I just
Oh, man.
got thrown off. I don't. What? Huh?
Okay.
It's about balance. What do you mean pathways? It's about life. What do you? I'm confused. What are we talking about?
Whose
Oh.
sexuality are we talking about?
That is not what I was expecting you to be talking about.
Oh.
Do gods do that? I don't think they have. I don't want to ask him that.
Make a religion check.
Actually, I'm kind of curious. Maybe would I have learned that in any of my studying? Would that be history or
Oh,
religion?
for
I will say
sure.
gods definitely fuck. Like you
Oh,
know
it's the
how
same one.
it's gods fuck, but Terminus is definitely ace.
It's like
That makes sense.
that's
Yeah. Um.
I suppose. Yeah, well,
It's just a wall, I guess. You know.
are you making up your own canon now on the god?
Uh.
Maybe I need to read this book.
I will say, in terms of if we're likening it to sexuality being on one side of a door or the other side of a door, Terminus is neither on one side or the other. Terminus is the door. By definition, he cannot be one thing or the other. He has to be in the middle. If that makes sense.
That is
That's
not
what
at
that
all how that
means.
should be taken.
Okay, let's
Gallic,
start over.
Let's not
start
hurt your
over.
brain here. Let's move on to the important things, Suma.
Oh well, I've just spoken to Tracker while you all were, while you were talking.
Oh right.
Great.
She's going to try her best, but it may be difficult.
She's got it. I trust her.
Yeah, it seems like Gawain has the shield under his thumb. So, yes, we were.
You see Andros goes, well, I think I'm probably gonna call it a night, guys, but you guys have fun.
Oh,
Andros, I think
You-
that's wise.
I do have some reading to do. He
Oh,
turns to you,
yes.
Alok, and Suma, and says, if you guys make any progress on those, let me know.
Absolutely.
I would. Right. Are you? I mean, I just assumed that you would be too busy with your other captainly responsibilities to kind of.
You gave the book back to Suma.
I do have both of the books, yes. Uh,
he gives you the
Very
copy of Nazir's autobiography, and he goes, "Oh, well, maybe you can read this one."
yeah. Yeah, if you ask me for the curses book, I'll hand you the history of the village book. Be like, here. Mm.
Ah. Yeah. Incredible conversation, truly, that you guys just had. Is there anything else we want to talk about or plan out before we call it a night? Because it is getting to that time.
No, I just have some before bed stuff that I would probably do.
Yeah.
That's true, you are.
That is true.
Yep, the dude room. Great.
All right. So what's happening in the
Man
dude
cave.
room?
Sorry. I'm gonna first write in my texting journal.
Your two-way journal.
Yep, for a little
Hell
bit.
yeah.
And then when I'm done with that, I'm gonna read more cursed stuff. Start translating it.
Make an Arcana check, or I guess. Yeah, I guess how much you can glean from. It's a very dense and like kind of shitty book. I'm gonna say probably with advantage. You're reading from a book, but 14. 1 second. I wrote this down. So, reading that book, you come to a certain understanding that if a curse is placed by a divine being, or if it's an effect created using the magic of a divine being, which is a god, it can only be dispelled by either another god using their magic, or that god itself undoing the curse that they put, or an artifact that possesses the magic of that god.
Okie.
And I can make an insight check as well.
Huh.
5. No, nothing gleaned.
Good. Yep, I did spike that coffee
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, and you,
go on.
Ilok?
Okay. Just a prayer, which this will be the first time any of you guys see him pray, because it's kind of forced to be with you guys and not privacy. And then he's just gonna read the book as well.
You're gonna read your book. Go ahead and make.
I'm gonna read it while in my prayer, like between the doorway.
Ooh, make a religion check with advantage. You come upon a little passage, a couple, deep in. You kind of flip around, at like letting your hand guide you, kind of move by itself, guided either by your gods or perhaps the ghosts that live in this area, or I guess don't live. You flip to a book or a page in the book, that says something about a being created by and employed by Terminus called the Boatman. Similar to Charon in Greek mythology, which wouldn't exist here, but the boatman would has a vessel that would ferry the souls of the dead to wherever it is they would go. So when Terminus makes the decision, this person goes to this plane, this person goes to that plane, this person lives, this person dies. When they're on that verge, when souls die, he calls upon the boatman. Although whether that's a separate being or if that's just an aspect of the god Terminus, it's a part of him, it's really unknown. But he summons the boatman to take those souls into his boat and sail them down the river Styx or wherever it might be into whatever plane of afterlife they belong in.
Okay.
Who takes first watch in the room? Because I know you guys are wanting to keep an eye on Dirk as he sleeps. You'll do it, Gala? Yeah, there's 2 beds. Andros is leaning against the wall on the floor. Gallet, as you keep watch with Andros, you see Andros finally puts his book down, crosses his arms, and goes to sleep. Maybe a few minutes passes after Andros closes his eyes, and you feel him next to you melt into black smoke, leaving behind nothing that he was carrying. You're leaning against him, and suddenly he's not there anymore. You stumble forward for a second, losing your balance.
Hmm.
And snapped.
What?
What? Oh, dude, I'm trying to sleep. Man.
What
What?
happened?
What thing? You drank too much, man. What's going on? Huh? Is there any remnants of him? Like ash?
No, nothing left behind.
Are you sure he didn't just leave and you're just thinking of this?
I
because you drank too
will,
much?
without using a ritual, I will cast Detect Magic again and see if it's the same as when Patrice disappeared.
Sure. You cast Detect Magic. It is similar divine energy, yes.
Oh no.
But Suma, I would like you to make an intelligence check with advantage. On a 21, you think back in your memory, you reach back through time, and you remember a conversation you had with Simon in one of your rooms when he told you that there was one time that
I do remember that.
he spent the night. I guess you want to tell the story yourself.
Yes, I well, first I look terrified and then I look relieved. And I just say, he's, don't worry, I don't think he's dead. I was speaking with Simon a little while ago, and when the crew of the Reaper spend the night somewhere other than the ship, they tend to be spirited back to the Reaper. It's likely he has been poofed back to his room there. I can. I think I can. I mean, I can either short rest and recover my spell slot, or maybe I've already rested enough.
I would say you would have rested enough, and you can take another short rest or long rest later.
Yeah, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll send a message to Andros and say, Andros, friend, you all right? We assume you got spirited back to the Reaper.
you hear in your mind, I thought because he said the debts were paid that we could freely leave the ship. I guess I was wrong. Tell everyone I'm sorry.
He's fine. He's on the ship. He
Alright,
apologizes for his absence, but you can rest well. He's safe for now.
Aylock was like gripping onto the amulet, but it's good.
It's all right.
Shit, I was scared.
Yes, me too.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say with that,
Don't worry, I'll take watch.
Sleep.
Suma, you take watch, and as you guys take turns, continuously knocking Dirk out.
Really bad
There's,
I
headache.
think he already did.
He's not gonna come back the same. Um, but you guys call it a night, and the sun rises again over Nazari as the chase for Aramis and Valaire continues. Thank you guys for a great session. I look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks because we're skipping next week as well. Hope you enjoy the break, but then we'll be back to our normal 3-week on, 1 off, unless some other stuff comes up. Yeah, I had a great time. Hope you did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Can I ask one thing quick?
Yes.
This is just for you, Gino. Just for the party time token.
Yes.
To make it to like right click on it and go to like I think advanced and make it a drawing.
Oh, drawing. Yeah. So you can.
And then also make it smaller. Thank you.
Yes, I'll just do that right now. Got it. Boom. Here you go. Agraja Equermil. It's yours now. I really
Then
love these names.
sorry, more on that. Can you open up the party time character sheet and edit it and
Okay.
make it the default token? So that way whenever we drag it.
Ah.
And you can give everyone else access.
Oh God.
Sorry to be pain.
Ooh.
Wait, why does it show up as like a little?
I think because it's
Oh, there
I
it
don't
is.
know.
There it is.
That's one.
There you go. Default token. I think Gallet I sent 2 your way. Or fucking goddamn it. Kylan, here's the last one. This is Omave Ophiba. All yours. I had a good
Awesome.
time.
Yeah,
That's cool.
really cool.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't tell if she was like old and British or maybe Irish, but it was kind of vacillating between the two because I can't actually
She
do
was
Irish.
He's lovely.
I took so many notes. It
Um,
was a lot.
yeah, I wasn't sure how much would be revealed here, but I was like, "Meh, she's talkative. Fuck it." And I think it's not a whole lot that you don't already know. I think it's
Mhm.
just like maybe some confirmation of some stuff you didn't know about the drow.
Mhm.
Uh, what did the Storm King tell us when we were talking to him? Specifically about like his travels and the people with him, because I swear I wrote it down, but I don't see it. I can go back and watch the video if you don't remember.
He said that he referred to the one true most powerful Windseer being Zeriel, and that he
Mhm.
had the prophecy of the storm initially. He talked about a woman named Maria Millriver that bore the same amulet as you.
Mhm.
He talked about Portia Porthammer, who now lives in the Underdark in Palea, who created the portents, and those were heavily used in the fight, probably to attempt to turn the tide. And he talked about a cleric of the of Priscilla, um, you don't have that person's name, although the only other name. Oh, actually, no, you didn't get any names of that. Yeah, so you don't know that person's name. And there's apparently also a drow.
Okay, so the
Okay.
drow isn't the cleric. Then.
The name is what I needed. Thank you.
I guess you don't know. I guess it could be either the dark-skinned fellow
In robes, which makes me think
was in robes. Like a dark-skinned human.
worshiper. God, I don't know.
Who had the vision of the red wraith being like resurrected and stuff? Was that Gallet in your vision? Was the description similar? Like,
I will say you for sure saw a dwarven woman tossing a crystal ball in the air.
mhm. Yeah, and yeah.
Oh, son of a bitch. I just found the notes.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is very much like the big campaign kind of overarching plot thing. There's a lot of other mini because you guys really have a lot of like mini objectives you could do if you wanted to.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say no. You just hit level 5. And we're gonna marinate on level 5 for a bit, I think.
Yeah,
Sounds
makes sense.
good.
That's fair.
Every time you
'cause,
do, it's another session added on.
My God.
Yeah, I feel like narratively it made sense after the ballroom fight. It was kind of like the end of like a big thing.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Accomplished a really big thing. I would say maybe by the end of our travels in the Village of the Wind. I'm gonna
Yeah,
say
come
no.
Oh my
Uh,
god.
on.
given
Super
that
plot relevant.
you could have completely sidestepped that fight if you wanted to.
We did it.
It felt pretty
'cause we
forced.
wanted
Not gonna.
we wanted books.
Very important.
That's true. Yeah.
Mm.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I want to say he
Yeah.
definitely like smelled Ruby like on the wind and like
That's
raced
weird.
to where that.
Very weird.
Yeah, he was like
Can I?
a wild animal.
That's cool. No shame. What? Well, so if I had taken the long path and just not gone with the group, then it would have been.
You would not have come close enough to where he was kind of stalking to catch his. Because his first totem is the bear, and his second one was the wolf, which allows him to kind of like track creatures. That's kind of his thing.